trooper riding in the night, heart of gold but ready to fight, standing tall, doing what's right, shining truth like a firelight. Daddy's wisdom running deep taught me promises I gotta keep, breaking chains, leaving pain behind, calling out the crooked kind. Oh, the truth cuts through the lies, no more secrets in disguise, second chances, they wear thin, spawn trooper rides again. Ain't no fear when I'm around, justice stands on solid ground. One last chance to make it right, or face the reckoning tonight. In the dark where shadows creep, truth rings out, it cuts so deep. Ain't no price to make me sell, standing strong, I know too well. Oh, the truth cuts through the lies, no more secrets in disguise, second chances, they wear thin, spawn trooper rides again. Dark where shadows creep, truth rings out, it cuts so deep. Ain't no price to make me sell, standing strong, I know too well. Oh, the truth cuts through the lies, no more secrets in disguise, second chances, they wear thin, spawn trooper rides again.
Warning: the following video contains strong language, which may be offensive to some viewers and or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only. Thank you for your attention. And a jolly good evening to everybody and welcome to the stream. Okay, it's going to be a good one tonight. So first, first of all, let me welcome my pretty to the stream, my co-host. And I hope you're going to enjoy tonight, but I don't think she's actually got a mic on. I think you've come in without your mic on, my pretty, my little pretty. So try coming back in unless you've muted your mic or anything else. But hey, we can wait. So, and obviously yours truly, little spawn trooper myself, yeah. And so basically we'll wait until my pretty comes back and we'll have a chat. It's going to be an interesting one tonight, and even I, while obviously my pretty and I when she does return back. We will be chatting about some very interesting things. Yes. Oh, there she is. Oh, there she is. Ah, there you go. Oh, you are on camera. You were on camera. No. And she's gone again. Hello, this is Pam. Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. So let's while we wait for Pam to hit her to stop licking her. Oh.
Okay, is that better?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Well, hello,
Well, hello. How are you?
Mrs. Technical Issues.
Yeah, I always got
She's all the time.
Oh, there you go. That's better. Wow. Yes, that is way better. Well, greetings and salutations. First of all, let me just say hello. Well, obviously, my pretty's here. And obviously, you've got Karen, Texas, Hans, Steve, Greta, Tammy. Hi. Have we met before? Hi. But anyway, welcome. Mama Joe. We got Bob here. We got Philip. We got Mary. And we got Trissa. Hey, guys. Have a guess
Well,
who's
hello,
here tonight.
everybody.
Yeah. So, how have you been? Obviously, you've been neglecting your duties with me. So, explain yourself.
I have been sick as a
Yes.
dog. Ain't no lie about it.
Woo.
I had
Yep.
bronchitis and the flu together.
Oh shit! Really?
Oh yeah. I actually got diagnosed with both together. It was not fun, but I am much, much better and back on the mend. Just still kind of tired a little bit. It takes it out of you.
Oh right.
Getting
Okay.
old is not fun anymore. Trust me.
I don't know what you're on about. Right. In regard. Right. Okay. Oh shit! I forgot. So you carry on talking, and I'm gonna go get Dr. Pepper.
Oh Lord. See, it's already starting. He just leaves me hanging, just hanging out there for everybody. So, has everybody been keeping up with everything that's going on? There's so much stuff happening right now. I tell you what, this thing has been like the gift that keeps on giving the whole year long. It has gotten crazy lately. Just
That's an understatement.
you have no clue. Tell you what, I'm busier than a one-armed paper hanger trying to keep up with the court stuff.
Oh, you're not the only one. That I can assure you of. It's been a
Hey,
very
Greta.
interesting.
Look, just like a woman, just talking as he's doing his own little bits.
Right, just so you're aware, I did some just to update in regards to what we chatted about last night for the pre-planning of this. Hi, awesome dogs. How you doing, buddy? Basically, I can confirm it was actually £56,000.
Okay,
So,
I thought it was. I wasn't sure if that was what it was, or if it was in U.S. dollars. I wasn't sure.
yeah, so that's basically Tog was correct. Unless David Richards actually confirms the amount, that is what's been confirmed by someone here on this side of the pond.
Okay.
So if he has donated, I mean, obviously this is going to be one of the topics, just to make absolutely sure that everyone understands the terminology, pounds, squid, quids, and stuff like that. The pound sterling is a currency, just like the dollar. The American dollar is a currency, just like the euro, the yen, or the krona. All right, they're all currencies. There are terminologies and slang words that what we call our currency over here, like pound, squid, quid. It's all different things. We can, a tenner, a brown, a ton. Yeah, that's 100. But just so you all understand is that the pound sterling is a little bit more than a dollar. So obviously, as long as you understand that the difference. Okay, so there is slang words to the pound sterling, and we call it a quid.
Okay, so I want to know what the heck a brown is.
A brown is basically, it's a brown note, which is a 50.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, because a £10. I mean, I'm not into this. Street talk. You know what I mean?
Hey, look, I know what a brown would be around here, and it had nothing to do with money.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
So,
like when you sneeze and fart and follow through at the same time. Yep.
I
Yeah,
mean, like we call $100 a Hondo or a C note.
yeah,
So I get that part, but yeah, I've never quite heard anything called a brown before that had anything to do with
yeah.
money.
Well, it's the youngsters that like it's the young ones and the uneducated who decide to like just nickname it. So
That's different, that's for sure. Now,
and
is your money over there like our money over here is backed by gold? We have so much money in the gold depository. Is yours backed by anything like that?
I don't know, but let me go and check the bank vault. I mean, it's the thing is, I've missed actually having this laugh. I've actually really enjoyed. It's been a horrible couple of months, and hang on a minute, I just need to wipe this tear away. There you go. Right,
Tear?
I'm good.
Do you
Yeah,
need tissue?
no, no, no. I can actually save a tissue for quite a few years actually when it comes to tearing. It's just a one tear or two tear there, here and there, and shake it everywhere. Yeah, it's been an interesting thing. Like now there's not one federal case. Now there are two federal cases, and I mean, I'm not going to repeat what Shizzy mentioned. I'm not going to repeat what anyone else mentioned. This is my own personal opinion. Yeah.
Hey,
Um,
look, they can say what they want to about the man, okay? He's not perfect. And I have yet to meet a man that is perfect.
I am.
But the man's as good as his word, though.
I
He
am.
told him it was coming. He told him it was coming soon. In fact, he was very blatant and forthcoming. He didn't surprise him with the dang thing. And you got to admit, he's a man of his word.
Yeah, but by the way, have you just seen Shell's comment? Spawn, I'm here. You can start now.
And yeah, horse picker, I did catch what the hubby had. He just wants to give me all his love. I tell you, I told him he could have kept that for himself.
Hey, sharing is caring, so stop complaining. No, so yeah, I mean, £56,000. I mean,
That's a lot
I
of money.
don't know. I mean, obviously, you in America, you Americanese, you need big areas. So, like, you need big beds, big houses, big cars, because obviously, compensation there. There's compensating going on. Now, over here, £56,000, which is 70,000, which is nearly. It's a lot of money, and I don't know who David Richard is. People say he's from Wales. If he is, then he must be from South Wales because I don't know, but I don't really care. Now, my concern is this: is that, like I was saying last night or this early hours this morning when I had the night chat stream, is that I personally believe that this whole thing is coordinated. Because nothing like this could have ever happened just by coincidence. And the fact that there had, like I've been mentioning from day one, that there hadn't been any transparency about the donations and everything else going to what. Look, if you want to help someone, fine. If you're gonna send donations, okay, at least have decent, because everyone else seems to do it. Fundraisers, GoFundMe, stuff like that. People will actually put updates on. But if you don't show one shred of transparency and you don't show anything except the fence, the panels, the cement, the screws, the the banners, the lights on the front of the fence. Yes, they may be irrelevant because they only cost like $10 or $20, but that's still $10 or $20, right? Then you're looking at the blow ups, the little things they had outside. Then you're talking about the tent and about the fireworks and also the alcohol that they consumed that evening.
Hmm.
And then all the gifts, the whole time they were gritting just for Harley Grace, the young lady. And then suddenly 5 other kids were put into the mix with that from the family who I believe lost a relative in an ATV accident. Now, I don't know too much about that, and I don't really care about that because that's irrelevant to this case. But why are they involving If they are fundraising for one person, why are they suddenly then throwing any other one? Because they realized they could get away with it because people were naive, people were throwing money at them. And then comes Dave. Now,
Well,
here's the thing. Sorry, go ahead.
you give them more power to them for doing it. I mean, I have no issue. I take no issue whatsoever in what they did for that youngin' for Christmas.
Mm,
I take no issue with that whatsoever. But I'm with you on that. The thing is, there are people that have donated anonymously, and obviously you donate
mhm,
anonymously because maybe you don't want your name out there.
mhm.
So how are they supposed to get the information as to where the money went? The person that donated $5 is just as important as the person that donated $56,000 or
Exactly.
whatever, whatever. So
Exactly.
how does that person find out the information? Easiest way, just post it. Just be completely transparent with everybody. Post how many donations you've gotten, how much. Show what the estimates are as far as getting the work done. You ain't got to show who sent the estimate because that's not needed. But this is how much the estimates are to get this work done.
Mhm.
This is how much we've raised. This is how much it's going to cost, and this is what's going to be left over. Or we still need this amount of money. It's real simple to be open with people and honest, and then
Mhm.
there's no questions whatsoever.
I mean, the perfect example. Hi, Jan. Welcome to the stream. The perfect example. Obviously you know Eric. Eric has been doing a GoFundMe or whatever that site's called. I can't remember what it's called. The fundraiser for his
Give, go,
mobility.
send.
Yeah, for his mobility scooter and everything else. Now, obviously, for over the last two and a half, or God knows how long, he's been trying to reach a goal where he can actually be more mobile. And the thing is, like when I started when I started supporting him, and I started sort of, spreading the word. Let's help this guy, And it's not for me to the clout and the hey, thanks very much for what you do. Hi, Missy lady. But it was more to do with the fact that here's someone who needs help. Let's help him. And a lot of people, especially Snowflower, right? She was God sent.
Hey, Moosey.
And I can't stop mentioning her name because she is an angel. And the thing is, I said to when Mitch tried with the communication between Mitch and Eric and everything else, I have been in communication with Eric from day one. And I've said, make sure you update the fundraiser, make sure you are transparent, make sure you show everything, make sure this, make sure that, make sure that. Now, that is how you are supposed to be transparent, by announcing, showing, and telling people this is what's happened. Oh, she's gone again. She's licked that screen. I'm telling you one thing, right? She hears my voice and she goes, blah, 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 blah. Right now we have to wait until she comes back. But the thing is, well, she can still. I'm pretty Bruce Manskin. They got then. Well, yeah, Bruce Manskin. Well, here's the thing in regards to your comment there, Deuce Boy. If all channels would be honest and transparent, then 90% of what your brain did or you did. Now, here's the thing. Now, if every single channel would be truthful and transparent, 90% of this hearsay and this back and forth that's going on would not be happening. People would actually be going, oh, right, okay. Now, one thing I noticed from the get-go is that there was always excuses. Always. And there was no explanation of why they couldn't show transparency. There was a lot of like Cash Apps, Venmo, PayPal, and God knows what. Plus, you had memberships and are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right. So you got memberships and everything else. Now, that's one problem, the transparency. The second thing is honesty. They've not been honest with anybody from day one because they knew it was easy to make the money. And the thing is, if you pay attention, you've got Lynette popping into chat once in a blue moon as well, right? Thinking that now she's got a bankroll that she can go and do and pay and buy anything she likes, right? But at no time, not once, right? First they're grifting for Harley Grace, and then suddenly it all goes quiet.
Yeah.
I'm doing very well, Mr. Lady, thank you. All right, and this is what then brings me on to what we were talking about before we started about the £56,000, $70,000 plus. That's just from one person, ladies and gentlemen. That's not from everything. That is from one individual. So we still need to take into consideration all the gift cards, all the super chats that were directed as donations towards them. People were donating like left, right, and center. Excuse me, multiple times. There were memberships. Like, I mean, he donated 100 memberships in one stream one night.
I think it was. Yeah, it was quite a bit. And then they eventually started telling you to earmark whether the super chat was for, Holly Jolly Christmas or the fence or whatever it was. But up until that point, it had not been.
Yeah. Good evening, Nina and Chris. Welcome. Good evening, Georgianne. Hi, welcome. Yeah. So I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah. So I mean, to be honest with you, technically, right, they jumped on all this because they had an agenda. Right, their agenda was to character assassinate and drag Jeremy down.
Exactly.
And we all saw. So there's no need to actually repeat what's happened, because if everyone has actually kept themselves up to date and they've actually had using common sense, they would know now what's going on. Because here's the mistake they did. The mistake they did is that they went into someone else's channel. Sorry, I do apologize. On someone else's stream. And they said the $56,000 was not for just that. So what was it for then? Because if you're telling me that you're saying that the highest amount that you've received was $56,000, $56,000, you've just lied. Because the thing is, it was £56,000. David wrote that incorrectly, because I've had it confirmed tonight that he donated £56,000. But the thing is, the problem is, unless David comes forward and says, yes, here's the receipt, £56,000 went out of my account, blah, 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 right? Or it's 45,000. So it's either one of the two. But I've had now two people confirm to me that it was £56,000.
Well, you gotta figure. I mean, if £56,000 is like 70,000 US, you have to wonder at this point, how much is it going to cost to finish doing the barndominium?
About maximum $30,000.
I'm going to say you can build a house.
Yeah.
I mean, build a house for under $70,000 if you actually go to build a house, just a basic house. Now, if you're going to put granite countertops, if you're gonna do this type of thing, if you're gonna put upgraded light fixtures, and you're gonna put in, this special pedestal sink in your bathroom, then yeah, you're gonna pay more for stuff like that. But I mean, if we're going with the cheapest it's gonna take for you to get your house in an occupancy manner, $70,000. That's a hell of a lot of money. When you've already got the shell put up, you've already got the concrete poured, you should already have the plumbing and the electrical run to the house itself, because you would have that done before you put in your concrete pad. So basically, it's just the finishing part, putting up the walls and the insulation, the drywall.
Yeah, insulation and the drywall. Now, I've actually spoke to quite a few people in the States, actually, funny enough. And after I finished a call with a good friend of mine, I then actually received a call from my buddy in Houston. And obviously he spoke to me about certain topics and everything. And then after that, I said to him, I went, let me ask you a question. He went, well, I said, I know you live in Houston. So let me ask you a question. He went, what's that? I said, if I gave you $70,000, and I'm being genuinely honest here. I know that I've been pressing buttons and stuff like that, but this is most of the conversations we're talking about family and everything else. So I asked him this question today. I went, if I gave you $56,000, no, sorry, it was actually $56,000 first. I said, if I give you $56,000, what would you be able to build on your property? And he turned around to me. He said that he could build an annex big enough, like a horse shed. He would buy all the materials. He would do everything himself. He'd probably get some friends to help him. The only thing that he said that would probably cost the most is the roofing, because obviously you'd put metal roofing on top and everything. But he said that, he could build the shell, build the shed or what it is. I mean, you could put a couple of horses in there. And I said, what if I gave you 70,000? He went, shit. That's exactly, I quote, he went, shit. 70,000, I could do the whole thing, make it a little bit bigger. I could put a concrete foundation down. I could make it a bit bigger. I could even put plumbing in there, electrics in there, and I could even put solar panels on top. I could get like a packaged solar panel system on top, and I would have power in there, and it would be self-sufficient. I went, what else? And he went, well, depending, obviously, I'd have to, if I need, I would have to get permission. That costs money as well. Permits, sorry. So he was like laying it out, and I was like, oh, okay. So I showed him a picture of the barnuminium. I sent him a picture, and he went, oh yeah. 56. He said either with $56,000 or $70,000. With 56, you'd still have about 30,000 in your pocket. It wouldn't, because you've already got everything. You've got the foundation, you've got the doors, you've got the walls, you've got the roof, you've got everything.
You got the windows.
Excuse me?
You got the windows already done.
Yeah, windows are in there already. And he went, well, all you're talking about is insulation. The cheapest way is either wool or spray. And then, normal, you don't need heat. There's certain, he said there's certain drywall that you can get that sort of one side, it's got insulation. And on the other side, it's just normal drywall. And he said, like, it depends where you want to build inside, where you want to build the accommodation or the rooms and that. But other than that, yeah. And then I mentioned somewhat. Hang a minute, I'll tell you who I watch. And I mentioned to him about. Excuse me, 1 second. I'm just going to see if I can find him. And I mentioned Good Simple Living to him. Mm-hmm. And I mentioned the first building they had when they slept in their RV. And he went, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you would do if you had something like that. And it wouldn't cost you more than he said about $30,000 to $35,000.
And maybe it's just me and I'm, living in my, rainbows and unicorn world. But you got two folks that's over 60 years old. And then you got this youngin'. And yet you're planning on building a loft, which means somebody's got to go up and down the steps. Why not forget the second floor as far as being finished right now? Just finish your bottom floor, put you in 3 bedrooms in the bottom, enough to get you an occupancy permit, to get you in your house, because you got to make sure that you can pay for your power that's going to air condition this huge, great big thing that they've got. And right now, you just need to get into it. Yeah. Because I do believe they have to have it finished this year by a certain date, because they run out of their homestead approval where that they can live like on a camper while they're building their house. I do believe this year is the last year that they can do this. So they're kind of racing against the clock a little bit here. So I would do the least amount I needed to do to get me an occupancy permit, to get me in. The upstairs, you can worry about that years from now when the baby's older and she can travel up the stairs and put her room up there.
Here's the one issue I've got about that property is due to the fact that they've become so accustomed. Excuse me, because they've become so accustomed with the sheds and the caravan being in that position. If they would actually remove the caravan and put it onto the other side and open up that area, clean it up and flatten it, and then actually put, like clean it up, get some grass growing and everything else. That technically the front of that barnuminium, they could richly turn the inside of that into a beautiful, fantastic home for
Oh yeah.
anything. And the fact that, I doubt very much they're going to have anything by the end of these court cases. So, but had it been settled and had it like everyone had moved on and they would have got the funds that they supposed to be getting, but allegedly speculation, I believe that these funds have gone to someone else. But if they would have taken the monies and instead of like going around swinging their man sausages or their tacos, and actually got a couple of estimations, gone to Chiefland, gone to other places and got some estimations about putting accommodation or a living space inside that barnuminium, right? It would have been done by now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
they're talking about, we all said it was going to be done after the first of the year because of the holidays, yada, yada, yada. Hey, look, we at the end of February, folks. We done passed the first of the year. You got people out there that need jobs, that need work. And there's no reason you should have at least gotten all your estimates up until this point. Had
yeah,
these people come out, look at the place, give you an estimate on what needs to be done. You should have it in writing. That's how most everyone in the world would do it. I would do
yeah,
it that way. So would you and everybody else. Okay. Put your estimates up there. Cross out the company name and say, hey, look, guys, these are the estimates that we received. If this is a village project, which is what it is, Lynette and John ain't paying to get their house built. Everybody else is.
yeah.
So I call it a village project. If this
Mm-hmm.
is a village project, you let the village know what's going on and what's happening. Number one, it will increase your donations because people can see, okay, they've received this much money. This is how much it's going to cost to finish it. They still need another 10,000. Okay, everybody get together. Let's come together and get that 10,000 put in. It will actually benefit you. The more transparent you are, the more money you can raise if people know what the goal is and how far they go. That's why if you'll notice on GoFundMe or Give
Yeah,
Send Go or any of those,
yeah.
you have a goal.
Mm-hmm.
You put a goal up there. This is how much we're trying to raise. There's a reason that's put up there. It's called marketing. There's a reason it's up there. It's
Yeah.
not just there for the fun. It's there to show people this is
Mm-hmm.
how much we've gotten. This is how much we got to go to. So we need this much more left. So can somebody dig a little deeper?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe add an extra fiber to it, or something like that.
Well, it's. I mean, the thing is like any. I mean, I know I sound like a parrot repeating myself, but I've been saying this from the get go that transparency and everything else. You can redact all the any information that could give away. It doesn't really matter. We don't care about
Right,
the
who it is.
UIN number of a screw or bolt or whatever. What we care about is how much you've spent, what the taxes were on top of that, and the total sum for the materials. And I mean, and that hasn't even happened. But the thing is, a physical proof we have seen. We have seen that they've wasted money on, stuff. And here's my speculation. I'm not. This is allegedly. This is speculation and alleged. Is that suddenly they come up with all this new technology, laptops, phones, and stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying that it could be part of it. However, I don't count it out because
Well, no, you can't count nothing out nowadays.
no,
We've
and
we've seen that.
yeah, and it's the fact that a person, one individual, has donated so much, and like I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Gail or someone else, and they were doing the calculations, and they calculated over $240,000. And I mean, if you've got one person donating £56,000, which is $70,000, I'm starting to, I mean, stepping out the box, looking at the bigger picture. I am sort of doing a noddy dog thing in the back of the window. I'm sort of like going, yeah, this could be factual. This could be factual. It's a shame, really.
Right, because you don't know. it's such an easy thing to fix. It's such an easy way for Lisa to prove to everybody that she is on the up and up and that she's not, doing something. I mean, let's face facts. You want to throw it back in Jeremy's face, then throw it back in his face.
Hmm.
Prove that you're not doing that. That right there is your saving glory. That's your
Yep.
saving grace.
Yep.
Is to say, you know what, Jeremy, you said we're doing this, you said we're doing that. Well, here it is, and
Well,
we're
she has
not.
been. She
Bam.
has been. What's he called? What's his name again? What's his name? What's his
Now, how
freaking
am I
name?
supposed to know what goes on in your mind? I barely know
Oh,
what goes
just
on
give me
in
a sec.
mine.
Let the train. Hey, listen, the train's arriving. Leave me alone. What's his name? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, the the fact of the matter is that like the whole time they go, oh, freaking now Deuce Boy. Now here's the thing: Deuce Boy has been, derailing everything every time someone says anything. Them two have been going on about, oh, they're driving past. They can drive past. It's a public fucking part. Excuse me.
Right.
It's a public road, right? And then you got the crampons and swamp lizard on the, and you're starting to see a pattern with all these people, and then suddenly little for some reason when I was talking about this with my friend, I showed him different pictures that have been posted, and he went, and he just looked at him and he went, "Monkey boy, do you remember that?" And he said, "Do you remember in Wizard of Oz where that monkey was sitting there, that flying monkey was sitting there when the Wicked Witch of the East?" And I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Go and have a look at that." And I was like,
The
"Oh,
Wicked Witch of the West. Don't take away from her. She's perfect.
yeah, I know." But I mean, there is a saying about flying monkeys, and boy, have they been flying around lately.
Oh
But
yeah.
here's the thing: the fact that Andrew Alvarez, Guapo, and now we know the full identity of David Michael T. I'm not going to mention his name because it's a mouthful, and I don't want to be attacked or accused of anti-Semitism.
Hey, talk about attacking. They
Oh,
attacked that boy. They
yeah.
they went after him. I'm gonna tell you what, they went after him like a bunch of piranhas after a piece of
I
meat. Oh
know.
my God. I'm
I
like, I
know.
have never seen the tide turn so fast in a chat in my life. I was sitting there watching that, and I'm like, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's not my favorite person. I don't follow him, but I got to give the devil his due. The boy won't doing nothing wrong that night.
Yeah,
He was just trying to be nice. He was on Guapo's life. He was being kind. He was being
yeah,
considerate. He was trying to help facilitate communication.
yeah.
But man, oh man, you go against Queenie, and I'm gonna tell you what, them
Hmm.
people jumped on him like a mule, and then they were jumping all on Guapo, and
Yeah,
Guapo's like, "Look, I ain't done nothing," all because they didn't,
yeah,
jump on David and say, "Oh, how dare you say that?" David's got an opinion. He has a right to say how he feels.
yeah.
And
Like
that's
everyone else.
all, yeah, that's all Guapo and Dave were talking about is that
Hmm.
he's right for his feelings. If that's how he feels, he has that right to feel
Hmm.
that way.
Yeah, but everyone was. I mean, like
Oh man.
yeah, I went in there for about 2 minutes just to see because I wanted to see it for myself. I mean, I've heard people say what happened, and I thought I'd go in there just for a minute, and I went and had a look, and I was like, "Holy sh!" I mean, everyone was at everyone's throat.
Oh yeah, I was too nosy. I stayed. No.
I bet you freaking did.
I did. Ain't no
Uh,
sense lying about it. I'll tell you the truth. I ain't gonna lie to you. I stuck my little fat hind right there and watched it all unfold. The
Wait a minute.
screens
So,
got it and everything.
wait a minute. There is clearly tension between Lisa and Bruce. Wait. Let's just have a quick look at that. At some of the comments. I mean, while we carry on with this. Wait a minute. Here's one from Georgia Ann. Lisa Farm, amen. He could have helped local charities or even needy people around his hometown. How much good he could have done. Who's that directed at? where?
Talking about Dave, he's talking about David Rickards, and you're right. He could
Yeah,
have, but he chose to take his money and help a child, and that's what David's doing. David's money. If you watch anything Only Me says in these chats, if you see anything he says, and I'm very nosy, I'll be the first one to tell y'all I'm a nosy person. So I watch the chat because that's where all the good stuff is. And so if you watch the chat, David's done what he's done because he wants to help this child. He wants this child to have a better living environment. He wants
I
to
mean,
help this
to
child
be
have a better home.
right. I'll be very right. I'm going to jump in here. To be very honest with you, one thing I have noticed when it comes to HG, he has been unbiased. He's been neutral.
Hmm.
That's probably the only nice thing I'm going to say about him. And that the fact that many, many moons ago, he actually made a couple of diss songs on me and I dissed him back. And that was fun. But the thing is, it all went out the window. Now, here's a good one. Here's a good comment from Jan Peace. Oh, by the way, welcome, Jan. Nice to meet you. There is clearly tension between Lisa and Bruce. That's an understatement. When she was going off about the 56K, he said boring in chat and she said rude. Yeah, well, Jan, I don't think you've been introduced to Deuce Foreskin or AKA Bubbles or AKA Numbnut number one. One thing I can say, if you go back in history, I mean, I've got videos on here. There's a lot of people who've got videos on him, and like when I first introduced myself to the old rat bag, basically I called him out, and from that day on, I kept on calling him out, and he made so many mistakes, and all I did was ask him one simple question: do you know of anyone who has access to a GoFundMe? This is what all started it off. And believe it or not, I got so far under his skin that he sat on their platform one night and admitted that he knew who had access to it.
Look, let's face facts. This man is the most unprofessional lawyer I've ever seen in my
No, I
life.
wouldn't. I would. I'm sorry. I have to stop you right there. I don't even think you should use the words professional in that sentence.
Oh my God. I mean, I've seen this man go on Facebook and call people an F-tard, call them all kinds of things. I've seen him discuss Jeremy's testicles before.
Yeah,
And I've
yeah,
seen
yeah.
this.
I remember
I've
that.
seen this with my own eyes.
Hi, Marlin.
And then this man wants to go and stand in front of all these people and act like he is just the epitome of professionalism. I'm sorry, he is not. They even said something the other night about, well, has Randy been on Jeremy's show? Of course he hasn't.
Nope.
He's an actual professional attorney. You don't do those things.
Yep, and I'll tell you one thing, him and his paralegal or the other lawyer who is supporting him, them two deserve a freaking medal.
Oh
Uh,
heck yeah. Yeah,
and
yeah,
and
absolutely.
and here, this is what gets me. When you get Mr. Magoo, aka Richard Luthman, okay, let's give you guys a little bit of history about this guy. Richard Luthman, okay, was a attorney law in New York or in somewhere in the Big Apple. Who knows? I don't care. All right. The guy looks like Mr. Magoo's unfortunate love child.
Hey,
Okay,
sweet fly on the wall.
yeah. Hi, sweet fly. And the thing is, he will stand in a public road wearing children's costumes and shield and say that he is, he will fight anyone, trial by combat. He couldn't fight himself out of a paper bag, even if he was given a map. Now,
He'd fight you over that piece of cake, though.
oh hell yeah! Oh god, that cake would be gone. It would gone. You would even not be able to say the word cake, and would even not be able to finish the word cake, and it would be gone.
Yeah.
And the fact that he basically got 4 years in federal jail for embezzlement and stealing for over $500,000. However, he did spend 2 years in jail. He lost his license to practice law. He then, I think, did something to someone else, tried to embezzle them, and then from a news article and I quote from the news article, held someone at gunpoint and basically tried to embezzle them as well. And he was then charged for kidnapping and other federal charges. Now, suddenly this guy appears out of nowhere We're not even going to talk about Michael Falk. And this guy turns up from nowhere and suddenly accuses Jeremy Hells of being anti-Semitic. Now, here's the thing. Many moons ago, and I've been trying to find the freaking comments, but I just can't find them. There's so much was said and by so many people in such a short time. Anyway, he basically accused someone else of saying, "Oh," and I can remember that response, like if it was just done 10 minutes ago, but I can't find that comment. And it was like, "Why is it because I'm Jewish?" When I saw that, I think everyone went, "You're an asshole to use that." Yeah, it's not. It's because you are unprofessional. You've broken every ABA professional model rule that exists in the American Bar Association. All right. I mean, how are you still a lawyer? All right. Now, going back to Richard, he suddenly comes into the frame. And the other night, I was watching a stream of someone actually going through Deuce's motion, and it was completely different. It was worded correctly. It looked really well written. And
Oh yeah.
every single time before that, it looked like someone got a handful of sheets of paper, crushed them together, and then threw them at Bruce, and then he just took them apart and then, ironed them out and then put them together. This one was definitely not written, or he definitely got a lot of help. And who else is an attorney of law? Who else is a little bit younger than Deuce Boy? Who else was a lawyer?
Paint chips.
Yes. Who came into my stream a few weeks ago and then got yeeted out?
Oh, Paint Chips came in a few weeks ago.
Paint Chips came into my stream a few weeks ago, right? And they came out with some crap, and I just yeeted them out because I had a funny feeling I knew who it was.
Look, anybody that uses their race, their nationality, their heritage,
ideology,
ethnicity, whatever,
yeah,
as a crutch, I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. I have no sympathy whatsoever for anybody. Are there people out there that are against you because of that? Sure, there are. Just like there's people out there that's against me because I'm a woman, and there's people out there against you because you're a man, or there's people out there against you because you're from Britain, or because I'm from America, or I'm from the South, and there's people out there. I do not care. That
Wait,
doesn't
you're from the
define me.
South?
I know. Can you figure?
Oh
I
my
mean,
God!
I know
Oh
it's a
my
surprise.
God!
I
But
know
anyway,
it's a surprise, everybody. I know.
hi Texas alien. Yeah.
But
Right.
it's not my crutch. Just because I talk with the slang behind it doesn't mean I'm uneducated. It just means I say things a little differently. But I don't let what you think about me define who I am, and I don't use that as a crutch. I've never
One thing,
used that.
Texas alien. One thing I know who gave him that nickname. Anyway, hi Ali, welcome. Hi Linda. Hi sweetheart. Right, but here's the thing: with all this that's been going on, there's a lot of people out there. All right, there's a lot of people out there who are covering this, and they're covering it in their own unique way. All right, irregardless who it is, the platforms that are covering this whole thing are covering it in their own little unique way. Now, if you say, for example, you listen to what Shizzy says, you listen to what the Tug says, what Megan says, and what everyone else says, right? You then take what they say, right? Because they will either, if they read verbatim, then they're reading verbatim. Then you have to either ignore it or just put it to one side. But if they are using their own insight, their own opinion in regards of this, what you need to do is step out of the box, step away, look at the bigger picture, and then look what each person is saying, and it will all connect. It will all connect to one thing. That this has been, I mean, I said this last night, and it's still going through my head like a drill. It is coordinated. This could have not been accidental. There's no way this was accidental. Everything flows. Yeah. But anyway,
Just like bullshit, it flows downhill.
Yep.
It just rolls downhill, folks. It really
Yeah.
does. It's
And if you got
ridiculous.
and if you got a strong fan, it will roll back uphill. Now, obviously, we've got a lot on our plate tonight. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah. Is there anything else you want to add to this? Because obviously, oh shit, a brick. Pardon my French.
Yeah. Fly on the wall said I sound like a California girl to me. Yeah, we call that California. Don't say California, it's a California person.
I completely understand that I am from the south. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Cash up. Let's have a look at this one. I completely understand that I am from the south of Chiefland. I speak with a southern country twang. Yeah. And if they say anything about it or say anything stupid, I say, bless their hearts. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You know,
God love them. You got it. You know that they need help, so you got to pray for
yeah.
them. I tell you,
You know,
you got to people like that.
This is why there are a lot of people hidden away who, when you do come across these individuals, God has created people like us to go, oh, bless your little heart, and then tap them on the head and then send them on their way. That's just one of those things. I have totally forgot the setup of the thumbnail, the screen. So, right, this is me losing absolute control of my brain.
That happens more time than y'all know. Trust me.
Shut
I
up!
talk to this man
Shut up, you! Shut up! Silence! Hello, it's me.
Trust me when I tell y'all that he loses it more times than he wants to admit.
Yeah. Oh no! Stop! Knock knock. Who's there? Me. I kill you. Right.
I remember the first time I saw that. My nephew.
Oh, okay. Is it? Hello, I am Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're awake.
Lindsay Lohan. Yeah, my nephew come back from Afghanistan, and they had been watching that over on the fob. And he's like, he's like, I gotta show you this, and I'm like, okay. And he sat down and showed me that, and I laughed my hind end off. I thought that was about the funniest thing I had ever seen, and it just it was absolutely hilarious.
To be perfectly honest with you, I can't remember, but I do know. I don't know if it was in the guard room or somewhere. I really can't remember. But the first time I came across him and Jeff Durham was, I walked in and all I could hear is everyone laughing. I'm like, what's going on? So I walked in and went, what are you laughing about? And then what they did, they just rewound it and then they played it and he went, silence and kill you.
Yeah, it's Jeff Papa.
It's Jeff Papa. Jeff Papa.
Dunham.
Right. Anyway. Right. Okay. So yes, what could possibly go wrong, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, like, obviously, everything's already derailed. We've got my pretty here. Obviously, it's going to be derailed tonight.
That's why you love me.
Yeah, like a fucking hole in the head. Sorry. Okay. Right. So the next one, let's have a look. Oh, we're going to have a quick intermission. So basically, anyone who needs to go and get a brew or needs to go to the bathroom, we're going to have 2 minutes or 3 minutes of intermission. And basically, just think about everything that's been going on. Now that we've got obviously a couple of new court cases, what I am going to go and do is very quickly go and put the kettle on. My pretty, you can entertain him while we got the intermission going on.
I can entertain. That's for daggone sure.
Yeah, unless you want to go and make yourself a drink or something.
No, I'm good.
Okay,
good.
All right. You've got the floor.
I'll look at the chat and see what's going on in there for a minute.
Okay, you've got the floor.
All right. Let's see. Poor Marine. That's a great observation. You're right. I would have just sold and moved away too. I would have put that bad boy up for sale, cut my losses, took that money, and moved somewhere else where Jeremy Hells was nowhere around. That would have been the smart thing to do. That would have been the intelligent thing to do. But we're using those words in conjunction with Lynette, and that just doesn't ring true to her. But you're right. I wouldn't live where I was being, in my opinion, if I felt like I was being stalked or I felt like this was going on with me, I wouldn't leave my children in that situation. I would definitely have made a choice to eradicate myself from there and gone somewhere else. But that would have been too much sense. Basically, when I got the first cease and desist, I'd have just shut my mouth. But, you know, that's just me being smart. Let's see. Oh, the second group of documents that I posted this morning are that just came in not just a few hours ago. A few things that came in was Bruce asked for a motion to be able to respond to Randy's um, basically his motion saying, that they had done this and they had entered this stuff wrong. Bruce was granted that ability, but he was told that he has until the 28th of February to get that in, and it can only be 5 pages long. And then Randy sent in a motion to dismiss the countersuit based on time constraints and when it was done and other situations like that. It's it's just gonna get more as it goes along, people. You got to remember, this is not a race, this is a marathon. It is a tit for tat. One person says this, then the other person has so many days to respond back, and then the other person comes in and has another chance to respond for the last thing. It's going to be back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's not going to be quick, but the clock is ticking. This is February, the end of February, so we're looking at March, April, May, June, July, and August. We're on a 6 month stretch. So in 6 months, this bad boy is going to court. Unless something famdangulous happens, we got 6 months left of back and forth as far as motions and all go. And God knows, we know how much, Bubbles loves to write a motion. So I got a feeling it's going to be back and forth. Um, I do think that the people that just got served really needs to look into what's being said, and the sad part is they're going to have to get an attorney. You don't want to go to federal court pro se. I mean, you might go to court on your parking ticket on your own, but you don't want to go to federal court where you're being sued for hundreds of thousands of dollars on your own. And so they're going to have to come and put the money up to find an attorney. I would suggest try to find an attorney that will take everybody at one time. That may be the cheapest way for them to go, but you're going to have people that can afford it and people that can't. So I don't know what they're going to do,
I'm back.
but that court case is going to take a while too, especially if each person has their own attorney. You're going to have the same motions coming from each attorney, and then they're going to have to answer those emotions. It's just going to be a mess.
Yeah, carry on. You got lead tonight, so you're leading the. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello. Are you playing a trick on me? Blah, 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 blah. Right, hang on a minute. So let's see if I can hear myself. Yeah, I can hear. My pretty, can you hear me? I think I can hear her, but I don't think she can hear me. I think my pretty Anissa, Oh, she's got technical difficulties. You see, that's what happens when you go for. I mean, by the way, I got a shock off the freaking kettle. Anyway, yeah. So we've, it's interesting, and the thing is, obviously, this is going to go on longer than we anticipated. Now that there's 2 federal cases, and I think that now, Lynette Preston and John Cook and everyone else are going to come to the realization that, yeah. Yeah, you've definitely walked into a cave, taken a large dump in a cave where the bear is gonna, okay, yeah, no problem, my pretty. We're not going anywhere. But here's the thing, okay? Repeating what other people have already covered, or repeating everything that we already know. Sometimes it's beneficial, but sometimes it's not, because the thing is, it's just repetitive. And other people want to make content or clout, or get clout or content or whatever. But the thing is, if you stick to the actual facts, and you stick to the truth, and you stick to the facts, you will soon find out how quick you can figure out what's going on. The fact that this whole grifting, irregardless of what side it's on, this grifting and trying to get clout and fame and everything else, and no one is actually thinking about the I mean, I could hear her as well, Debbie, but she couldn't hear me. The fact that at the end of the day, there are 2 people who are suffering the most, and that's Jeremy and George, because the thing is, their business has been affected, and we haven't even discussed the freaking email that he sent that has already been mentioned by Tug, Megan, and a couple other people. I mean, who in their right mind? I mean, seriously, who in their right mind, right? Specifically, after he already knew that this was affecting Jeremy's business, who in their right mind would then go and contact and then brag about contact and whatnot? Who? I mean, like I said, I am sticking to my statement. It's in the water over there in the United States, because it has to be. And luckily, it's only a minority of people, but it has to be in the water. Either they it's a special order that they're getting, or I don't know. But no one. Yeah, Marlin, there's a new suit. There's a new federal lawsuit, and Bruce is part of that. Yeah, welcome to the good news. Wait 1 second. I've just been sent something. Oh, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, I'm definitely going to cover that one. That's for sure. Oh, wait a minute. My pretty, obviously my pretty is, oh yeah, she's back.
My headphones died on me. I had to get the other pair.
I need to send you something.
Okay.
Where
are you sending it?
I'm sending it to you privately. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
Are you sending on Messenger?
Yes, I am, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll get it.
1 second. My queen's here. 1 second.
Yeah, he knows he better get up and go greet her. She's the one that cooks the food. Men, realize that. Be good to your woman. She's the one that cooks your food. You just never know. Especially country women, I'll tell you. Ain't no telling what we'll put in there.
Sorry, I had to welcome my queen. Yeah. So right, say that again. Sorry, I missed that bit.
No, I just said that. I said you better get up and go welcome her. I said she's the one that fixes your food.
Yeah, I know. She'll whip my ass.
Dang on straight.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. I think a lot of people are in a lot of trouble, and I don't think I will do. I will, guys. I'll give her a hug and a kiss. I don't think the anti what the hell's ecosystem is going to walk away from this one. I think that they've dug this hole so deep. There's no way they are going to get away from this. No matter what they do, no matter what they say, and to be perfectly honest with you, they deserve every single thing that comes to them. And the fact that a well-written statement or well-written document motion was put in, and again for a jury trial, yeah, like, I mean, if you want my prediction, I don't think that he's going to walk away with the 10, 11 mil. I think he's going to walk away a little bit less, but he's going to be walking away the winner, no matter what. No matter
Right. Right. And it has nothing to do with the money, really. He could care. I mean,
what. No,
honestly, he could care less about the money. And I'm a petty person too. Okay. I admit my faults. I'm petty. If you come at me, I'm going to come at you with everything I can. Okay. I don't play tit for tat. I come at you to win. I don't come at you to be fair.
yeah,
Okay, I don't fight to be fair. That's for somebody up north. Y'all fight to be fair.
yeah,
Southern people do not fight to be fair. We fight to annihilate you from the
yeah,
get-go. We don't start at the top and work our way down. No, when we come at you, we chop you from your feet down. We nip it in the bud. We catch it before it ever blooms into a flower.
well, it's a shame that this wasn't going on further down south, and then obviously this would have been rectified a long time ago.
Yeah, even though
and
Florida,
the,
even though Florida is the southern tip, it's not really the South. Okay,
yeah,
bring that stuff on up to, like, Georgia, Arkansas. Come on up to Mississippi, Kentucky, North Carolina. Bring it on up here, because we don't. It's just not like that. We nip that stuff in the bud.
yeah. What do you mean, Del Boy reference? Now, what was I going to say? He, the thing, here's one thing that I find very interesting. Right, there's been, like, we've mentioned this before about witness intimidation. Now, and I've also mentioned RICO, federal and state. State and federal. And I need to remind people about this. I also need to remind people about the National Crime Agency here in the UK. Now, a lot of people think that the Interpol doesn't exist in the States. Actual fact, it does. It works with the Department of Justice, and there is a department in Washington, D.C. Now, if anything over here is reported and it's international, it will go through Interpol. All right.
Right.
And Interpol, and then obviously because Interpol works with the law enforcement and the Department of Justice over in the United States, the thing is, like, figure of speech, word of speech, freedom of speech, all that crap. Now, it covers everything. Now, if David Richards decides to go to his bank or go to the police or go to the frauds department, right, the National Frauds Agency, what they will do, they will just put that, they'll take it on record, to take statements and everything else. Now, rumor says that this has already been happening. I'm not going to say where I heard it from or when I heard it, but something is in the pipeline. The fact that this over in the States, it comes under the RICO, and it comes under, I think there's what's it called, Chapter 863 or 893 or something like that. But then you got, then we're going to start digressing. So I want to stick on the point here. The fact that over the past 2 months, we've had Shara Michelle, who has turned a leaf and seen what's happened, and has decided to actually stand up and show the facts, show the truth, and everything else. She's not just had her child threatened, but she's been threatened, and obviously, thank God, she actually proved and contacted the authorities. So that's probably in the pipeline as well. Then you've got complaints and everything else that are in the pipeline. But then you've also got then you've got evidence, actual evidence of one, Bruce Matskin admitting, publicly stating he contacted whatnot. He's also shown an email that is contacted whatnot. That's third party cautious interference, and that is also witness intimidation. Because the thing is, even though Whatnot is not a witness in this, but they are now, they are part of this now, is that they're trying to intimidate Jeremy through Whatnot.
Right.
Okay, do you see where I'm going with this? You see, can you right? So, and then we've got Travis, aka what's up, Willis? What this guy is I love this guy to bits. He's fantastic, right? He keeps himself to himself. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to be involved. He's being attacked by them. He's being mocked by them. He's being stalked by them because there's video of them actually sitting outside and just filming him and watching him when he's at Tube Town. Oh yeah, shit. Sorry. All right, and then there's and you've got everything else. So you've got the email going to Shara Michelle in January. You've got the contacting Whatnot, trying to indirectly intimidate Jeremy. Then you've got the frivolous bullshittery of John Cook going into the trading post, walking past Travis and accusing him of something, and then threatening him, and then driving off, and then giving him the bird while he's driving away. Because if you notice, you look at the arm sticking outside his window, you will notice, have a look at his hand, and you'll see the bird of freedom. Yes, you will. Okay, so you've got this here is witness intimidation because Travis is a defendant, or he is a defendant in a court case. So therefore, he is classified as a witness. So
right.
do you see? Do you understand now? Do you see what I mean with that? Yeah. So the fact that this is all happening, all they need to do is just hand that in as evidence, and that will bury them even deeper. The fact that Shara Michelle has had so much support from people is a good thing because people are unintentionally protecting her.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a protector, and I will protect. Excuse me. I'm sorry, y'all. I will protect Shara because Shara is doing the right thing. She's telling the truth. She's telling what's happening, and they don't like the fact that Shar is telling what's happening. Shar was just lied to, like so many other people have been lied to. And I'm just a protector. I'm not gonna let them mistreat her and be mean to her whenever she's done nothing wrong.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, you know this, my pretty, is the fact that when I first started researching Bruce and other people, I also researched her, and I also spoke about it in my research. But this was because of not her, but her. How can I put it? Her interaction with Bruce Matskin, and the fact is, to be honest with you, I did start noticing something was wrong when I noticed that they were on a platform together. There was him, her, and I think Super Dave, and I noticed there was something going on. There was something weird going on, and I noticed that how he would shut her down like that. And Shara is a very talkative individual. She's very boisterous. She likes to be get out there and give her input. But this didn't happen just once. It happened multiple times. And then when she turned, I started noticing that she was sort of like trying to back away from it. And that's when I went, you know what? Something here is going to happen. Something either good or bad is going to happen. So I just concentrated on Bruce and other individuals. And next you know, Shara is going this. She's putting out this. She's putting out screenshots. And that I didn't even wait. I just went straight to her YouTube channel and I subscribed because at the end of the day, she needs not just witnesses, but also people who will be there for her if anyone goes at her. And look what happened. Within weeks of her showing the truth, people were threatening her.
Oh, they were threatening her within hours of her video coming out because they know that Shara, look, This is what the newcomers have to realize. There is so much that Lynette has said to other people in text messages
Mhm.
privately that have not been shared. Some I have personally been witness to
Privileged.
and privileged, exactly. And there are so many things that this woman has said and done
Mm.
that she has deleted, but they still exist. They're still there. And this is her problem. This is what happens. My mama used to tell me, be careful the words you speak, let them be sweet, because you might have to eat them one day.
Hmm.
Well, you know what? God love her, Lynette's getting ready to get her a buffet. And it's going to be everything that she has said
Hmm.
and everything that she has put down in writing. The most stupid thing you can do is put stuff in writing, because at that point, there's a track right to you. That you can't get away from it. And
Yeah.
with the metadata, it's even easier now. Okay,
Hmm.
we're all about the same age or close to it. We all pass notes in school. You write your little note out that you don't like somebody or you're in love with somebody else, and you sign your little name to it and you
Oh, would you
pass it
go
on
out
to
with
your
me? And
friend.
then, yeah, it's like, girl, would you go out with me? And there's two boxes, yes and no.
Right.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah, yeah.
if you didn't want that note to get around to nobody else, what did we do? We ripped that bad boy up
Yep.
and we threw it in the trash, and or burned it, and you know what? It didn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, well, life is not like that anymore, folks. Everything you write, every time you hit that keyboard
Hmm.
on your tablet, on your phone, on your computer, it's all logged, it's all tracked. Technology is wonderful for some things, it sucks for others, and
Yeah.
it's
One,
all
one,
tracked.
one thing I will say before, because obviously now we're going to be going into the news, but just before we do go into the news, excuse me, one thing I will say is this: Lynette Preston, John Cook, or anybody, the crampons, whoever is in the ecosystem, here's a message to you. Irregardless if you change your phone or get new laptops or anything else, all right, irregardless, everything is going to be online, because even if it's archived, even when Google archive, right, they don't destroy anything until a certain year. Everything that has been put online, one, is public information. Two, it is archived. Okay. In the old days, when the internet was still fresh, there used to be a little word next to every single link, and it would say archive, and then you click on
Hmm.
that, and it would show you everything. Now, obviously, they've changed that a little bit, but everything you do is archived. Now, when it comes to cell phones and any type of mobile device that you use to connect to the internet, or any pictures any see, or anything else, right? That, believe it or not, goes through your phone. So anything you receive through the provider or the signal, right, is copied. So therefore, they will have a record of everything, every text message you sent, every number you've called, every picture you've received, everything. And all they need to do, this is why if you check on your phone and you go into your phone information, right, it will give you your IMEI number. Your IMEI number is the identifying number for your cell phone. There's also other couple of numbers in the back. So no matter what you do, you can destroy it. You can take the SIM card out and throw it away. All right. The SIM cards only holds a certain amount.
Hmm.
Right? But your phone, regardless of what's gone through or come out, gone in, whatever, right, will be on record. And the fact that Bruce has dragged his feet for discovery, right, will only give the courts more reason to subpoena the information.
Yeah, because right now you kind of got control over what you send.
Yeah.
At this point in the game, you kind of have control. You can kind of say, okay, we're going to give you the messages from so and so and so and so and so and so. If they have to subpoena, they're going to go for it all. That's just like over here. Let's say that I go into City Hall. Okay, I'm just going to use City Hall just as an example.
Oh, I got to stop you. I got to stop you.
What?
Nina just dropped. Oh my God, Nina, you are. Did you see that freaking excuse?
Oh yeah, I saw her say that. That it was the baby that was sending text messages. Yeah. Nina's not lying. She really did say that.
Oh, I mean, I saw it. I
Yeah.
still can't believe that a 63-year-old would blame a 5-year-old.
Look, I've seen I've seen a lot of the text messages, folks, and I'm telling you that youngin' ain't sent that stuff.
To be perfectly honest with you, if she actually handed that phone to HG, I think HG would make more sense and be more
That may be
polite.
very true.
And it'd be so funny to see that little and have fun on the way. Hi, everybody, it's me with a big grin.
That could be very, very true.
Yeah. So yeah, but anyway, right.
Okay, so what I was saying was you go into town hall and let's just say that the lady sitting behind the desk at town hall picks up her personal cell phone that she pays for on her own and she takes a picture of you standing at the counter. Do you realize that you can subpoena her phone records and get every picture that's on her phone? You can get every text message and every email from her personal phone because she used it to create a public record during business hours. That's the part people don't realize when they do these things, that there are repercussions, that people can get the information from your device. And people are going to say, well, I don't have that device anymore. I don't have it anymore. It broke. It don't work no more. Well, that's why you pay these wonderful carriers like Verizon over here, T-Mobile. They all have a record of everything that comes in and goes out of that phone. They have to. They have to keep track of all that. And it's squirreled away and it's associated with you and the phone. Like I said, you can't burn that note anymore nowadays. It just doesn't work that way. You don't have that anonymity anymore. It's all recorded. So be careful. Make sure the words you speak are sweet. You may have to eat them one day.
Oh, my wife just whispered in my ear, and it felt so nice.
Yeah, yeah, but what she tell you is the question. I can hear it now. I can hear it now. If you don't hurry up and get off that daggum computer, that's all you do now.
I just said to my pretty, I said, you just whispered in my ear, and it was really nice.
Tell him lies. Tell him lies.
Tell me lies, and tell me some lies, and no, we're not going down that route. No.
Ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies.
Yeah. There used to be an old saying when I was younger. It says, first, and I'll tell you some lies.
Oh anyway, yeah.
What was I going to say? We need.
Kathy says she's so glad she grew up without the internet. Me too, Kathy, because there's no proof, thank God.
You know what, Kathy? Do you know what I found? What I used to really enjoy when I was a youngster is the fact that you had to walk 3 miles to knock on someone's door to call them a cock, and then walk back 3 miles. Or like, when you wanted to call someone to see if they were free that day, in the old days you had these phone calls and you would dial the number. As soon as they answered, you would press the money in because it'd go beep, 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 and you press the money in and you would have like 2-3 minutes to talk to them. And then after that, you hear that beep, 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 and that would give you a time. That was like 10 seconds, and you put, what you call it, you put another 10p in and that. And that's the way we communicated, or we left messages in the corner shop. So you'd walk up, write a message, and then you'd pay 2 pence, and you'd put the message on the board, and then your friend would come in, see the message, and go, "Yeah, no problem." So yeah, that's how we used to.
Wait a minute. Y'all went into a store.
Yep.
And y'all paid this person to put a message up on the board so everybody else could read everything you're saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, we used to use pig language, like I used to use code, and sometimes.
Oh, no, I know Pig Latin. I can speak Pig Latin.
I can't, but we used to use different types of code. Sometimes we'd even use Morse code, but we'd do it backwards instead of forwards. So basically, what you'd have to do is read it, hold it in front of you, and then read it from the mirror. So we used to do. We had different ways of communicating. Sometimes we'd even use film, what you call it, quotes from films and stuff.
I
So
can remember being a teenager and or being a young person, and we still had the party lines. So you could be on there talking to your boyfriend, and Miss Jones down the road picks up the phone and she's in your phone call.
yeah,
So you always had to be really careful, what you were
yeah,
saying, because of
yeah.
course, you know, I grew up in actually the biggest town in Virginia, but when we walked to town or we went to play somewhere, everybody sat on their porch and this person saw you from this point to that point, that point to that point. God forbid if you should do something wrong, because your mama was going to find out
Yeah,
about it.
I mean, I can remember like once I didn't have any money left because I just bought some cigarettes, and I bought 10p, and I said to I just went to the exchange, the lady on the exchange said, "Look, I've only got 10p left," and she went, "Don't worry, I'll put you through." No, and then every time I got someone on the exchange, I went, "Is that you?" And she went, "No, it's someone else." I went, "God damn it!" Anyway, right, let's move on. Right. The news. We've got quite a few things uh, to cover here, so we're going to try to get through them as quick as we possibly can, so we can get on to the best part of tonight. Basically, multiple air incidents over in the States. Starting with the Washington D.C. and then Philadelphia, and there's been in Toronto. There have been a crapload of accidents, mishaps, and it's like, is it pilot error? Is it mechanical? Is it conspiracy? Is it computers? Or is there someone in the background pressing buttons to disrupt, planes when they're coming in or coming out? And the Toronto one got me going because the thing is, so it just didn't make any sense. But I was going to do the flight sim today. But what I'm going to try and do, because I just couldn't stabilize my control system, so I wasn't able to do that because I was just going to fly around in a Spitfire and stuff like that. But I do have the 747s and I do have different aircraft, so I will be doing a flight sim. But I will put up a community post to let you know when that's happening. I was going to do a truck driver thing tonight, but a couple of things have come up and I need to finish off a job. Right. So we've got that. Here comes everything in regards of the what the hell's court case and everything else. Why is the media not involved in this?
To be honest with you, I don't have an answer for that one. I don't know if it's just excuse me, y'all. I don't know if it's just that it's not that big of a situation. I don't know if it's um just they're only dealing with certain things. The case is really not gone, but so far, maybe once it gets to the actual point of the trial, things, Channel 20 would be interested.
Well, it's not just that, but there's obviously like Robbie, with all the newspaper clippings and everything else, and the newspapers who had no problem putting out Lynette Preston and John Cook's, congratulations, you just got a Jeep Gladiator. What gets me is that like the media is not interested concerning, and it's not just because of those clowns, but what concerns me is the fact that what's going on with the sheriff's department, what's going on with the courts, what's going on with, what we know about the victim, the victim support person, and also the fraud that happened there. There's a lot of stuff that's gone down, and you'd think that, well, hang on a minute, wouldn't the feds get involved in this concern, due to the fact that they've got like the secret handshake type of society going on in Florida?
You got to love the good old boy system.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep.
And the fact that like we know about Judge Grudge, I mean, everything is stinks, and the fact that the media is not involved, the fact that the federal level government are not involved, state police and stuff like that, because a lot of stuff that what's happened there could have been avoided if certain departments would have done their job in the first place, like the CPS, like the police, like the courts. This wouldn't have gone out. This wouldn't have gone dragged on to this.
You would think so, but I mean, the only thing that I've ever seen
Bye bye,
the
Marvin. Love you.
media in that area cover has been where John got arrested.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing. And I think, like, I'm not saying that people should contact the media. I'm just saying that it's, and I don't want anyone to contact anyone.
No.
Right, but what doesn't make any sense is that with all this happening, there hasn't been. I mean, okay, my sincere condolences to the two who were unfortunately unalived on the accident on the highway in Otter Creek. Right, that got news. The threat to harm someone with a pew that got news. But the corruption and the disregard, the ritual disregard of the sheriff's department and everyone else, the fact that they don't have body cameras, the fact that, they seem to be playing, they're allowing someone to call and waste police time over petty stuff. And we've witnessed it. I mean, if we actually found out the true amount of times she's called the police and he's called or anyone else has called, and the fact that Marla Hughes called the police, she doesn't even live down there. So,
It's been insane. You gotta think at some point, because she's called so many times and so much stuff has happened, that they're just not taking it seriously anymore.
and that's the problem. That
is the problem right there. You're right.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Because, like, the thing is, when you've got departments like the CPS or the police or anybody, not suddenly now going, oh, fucking not there again.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what's happening too.
Yeah, and then it's like Jeremy or George could be driving that road. John's had a bit of a one of them, comes out with his pew, starts going pop, pop, pop. Then what? Oh, that's that. So basically, what we're doing, we're waiting until someone is either seriously hurt or, unfortunately, and very sad to say that, unalived by one of these individuals or by someone. Yeah. Then what? Then it's too late. This needs to be dealt with now because regardless of the court case and everything else, somewhere down the line it needs to be publicized, because then when it's publicized, people higher up, may it be federal or state or federal or the governor or senators or whatever, they'll go, oh, what the hell's happening in Florida? Why is it so out of control? Let's investigate. Let's get this out of the news. We don't want bad publicity because,
Hey, look, what the motto for the state of Florida is: come on vacation, leave on probation. I mean, that's the motto for Florida. Florida's got some issues. They've got some serious issues with allowing people to get by with stupid stuff for a long time, to the point that they absolutely can't do it anymore because they don't want to hurt the tourism. They don't want to hurt the people coming into the state.
Yeah.
But what they don't get is they would increase if they were a little bit more stronger on things that are going on and making people behave.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, a lot of law enforcement don't even know the laws. They don't even know legally what they can and can't do. And as we saw with John, the police came, they arrested John, they took John to jail, they booked him in jail. And what happened? Yep. The prosecuting attorney dropped the charges.
Yep.
So that's got to be disheartening for these officers when they do their job, when they actually do what they're supposed to be doing. And then they get to the point where it's time to go to court, and the prosecuting attorney says, oh, nah, I ain't going to do that because it's going to be too hard to win.
I mean,
I ain't going to do it.
I mean, like, irregardless about the Wes incident, we all already know that there was multiple people involved in that, in regards of, the grift and all that stuff. But that's by and by, because I think the other individual who was involved in that. It's got enough problems as it is of his own. So I'm not even going to waste any time on that. But the fact that the lady, Patty, I believe it was, the fact that she paid out of her own pocket to come down there, only to be told, yeah, no, we're not going to do anything.
Mhm.
That there, I would have went straight to the feds about that. I would have got legal. I would have got a lawyer, and I would have went legal with that, because
Oh, I'd have went hillbilly. I'd have went to the news. I would have called Channel 20 News and told them what happened since they did the story to begin with, and I would have pulled Levy County through the mud.
Mm.
But then again, I'm petty.
But, I mean, it's all good and fine us sitting here and saying this, but you could tell when she spoke to
Megan,
Megan, and then when she spoke to Jeremy, the fact that you could tell through her voice that she was way out of her comfort zone, and she was intimidated, and she didn't want to be there, but she needed to say her piece, and I'm glad she did, because that's also on record to show the level of incompetence that's going on down within the DA. But anyway, so we've covered that. We've got a couple of LP, Mr. Magoo, BBB, Volp, Bubble. Do we want to cover that, or should we just move on, because that is absolutely boring as shit anyway?
yeah, just move on.
Yeah, right, okay. Facebook hate group. Wow, what the hell's fake? I mean, don't get me wrong. I post in there. I do respond to, especially when someone starts to entertain me, and they start to put crap out there. And I think out of everyone so far, this is one of the reasons I was saying that everyone should post anonymously in there, because the thing is, when you do that, you're taking the wind out of the people who do post anonymously. You take the wind out of their sail. And I would say one person has achieved to win third prize in level of stupidity, because the fact that they accused me of this is we've seen on Jabba the Hoot Super Dave's stream, that someone sent, what's that guy's name? Michael Fulp and Bruce a email. Hi Stacy, hi, good to see you. All right, and they sent them an email, and I was accused of writing that email. First of all, yeah, not going to happen. Second of all, where's the email? The only email that you would ever find from anybody is Deuce Boys, because that's on every single motion document that it is in public. And the fact that he's actually accused other people of doxing him, where his information is actually public knowledge, makes no sense to me. Now, also, one thing I do commend, and I really do commend this is where I again need to commend Dave and everyone else, that they forward that to the FBI and they forward that to the feds. Because obviously that type of email should not be taken as a joke. Any type of email like that. So the fact that they've actually gone to the authorities with that is a good thing, and I hope they did. But in the back of my head, I've got this voice screaming, "Oh, they wrote it themselves. They did it themselves to get some content." And then there's another voice going, "Shut up, sit down." And I'm going, "No, wait a minute, he's got a point. He's
Yeah,
got
you
a
never
point."
know. You never know. I mean, the stuff that's said over there, you don't know who's saying it, what person's choosing to say it, or
Yeah,
what's happening. It's a total free for all. It just, I mean,
yeah. And it doesn't help that people. I mean, there's a lot of information that gets put onto this "What the Hell's Fake" group, but sometimes I like to go into your Facebook group, because it's relaxing. People are not toxic there. But yes, people have an opinion, but we sort of banter around. We go back and forth, and then we hug each other and then walk away. And there's
right.
and the difference is like day and night. And the fact
Oh
that
yeah, I've invited people from over there into my group, and I'm like, I promise you, just come hang out for a day.
yeah,
And they're like, man, the vibe is totally different. I
yeah,
said, I know.
yeah,
I mean, I've got people in there that are 100% against Jeremy.
yeah,
And don't get me wrong, they're good people. They just have their own opinion, but they're good people. And they have a right to say what they want to say. And trust me, I get things sent to me all the time. This is bullying. They send it to me saying this is that. But in actuality, it's just their opinion, and they have a right to their opinion. But there's no hate. There's no meanness. We joke with each other. We tease. It's satirical. It's just
Yeah, that's what she said.
fake what the yeah. When the lights went out, yeah. But
Easy. Hey, don't no, get your hand off my leg. No,
but
but
the fake what the hells is something else sometimes.
yeah,
I mean, they get downright. I mean, they'll post your pictures of your family members, which
yeah,
I do not allow. They will post pictures of your children up there. They'll post
yeah,
pictures of your sister, your brother. I mean,
yeah.
why? What does that prove? It does nothing. So you
And
post a picture. It just shows, and I say it all the time. Children should be seen and not heard.
yeah.
At that point, you've become a child again.
Mhm. And here's the thing, though. I mean, I've seen even people that I don't talk to. I've seen people's personal information and everything. I mean, I've seen shit put out, which I'm like going, "There's no need for that." That's basically, I wouldn't even do that, and it's not in it's not in my nature to do something like that. If it's public and it's out there and it's something to do and it's public information, then I will use it. However, if it's damning and I don't think it's a good idea to publicize that, I will not even use it, or I'll delete it. But the fact that that there are people who hide behind this anonymous thing, right? It shows how toxic that website has got. And I think that like Facebook needs to take a closer look at that web page. I know that I'm in there. I don't care. But the thing is, I think Facebook needs to take a closer look at that group, and if need be, close it down permanently. Um,
I agree with you. I think it's gotten wet of hand. I'll say this: Kim Yarborough, they have posted her late husband,
mhm,
her late mother.
mhm.
They have tried to post her children. They have posted a late sibling up there.
Why?
Just because this is the mentality. Okay, this is the mentality. Oh, we'll get you. We'll
Mm.
post this about you. We'll show all this. Everybody can see. And they want to hurt the person. I don't
Yeah,
want to hurt
it's
anybody.
well, it's not just hurting; it's also they're trying to intimidate. But
Right.
the
They're
thing,
trying to shut you up because you have a different opinion than what they
yeah,
have. You know what? It's okay.
or you tell them the truth.
Right. It's okay to have a different opinion.
Mm.
It's okay.
Yep.
No matter how wrong their opinion may be, they have a right to it.
Yep.
And their opinion is their opinion, and I respect that opinion.
Yep.
That's their choice. I may try to um argue my point and show you where I'm coming from,
Hmm.
and I will give you that information. I will explain to you why I feel the way I do, and then if you don't agree with me, so be it. That's your
Mm.
business.
And
I don't care about your brother and your sister, your mom and your daddy.
mm,
My God, these people are all over 40 years old in these groups.
yeah, and well, even older than that. The 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 thing is, it's not just her. There's been since I've been in that group, and to be perfect, anyway, since I've been in that group, I have noticed it seems that people hide behind. Now, here's the mistake they are doing. Right, one thing you'll notice is the way people type in chat on streams like this. And then they'll type, then suddenly you'll see people type in with their own name. And then a couple of days later, you'll suddenly start seeing all these anonymous posts coming up and the way they type and that. And I've already recognized two people, actual fact, three. And I'm not going to name them because at the end of the day, I'm not going to give them any type of credit whatsoever. Now, it's common sense. All you have to do is just put the writing. I'm not a writing specialist. No one is. The only one who's an expert in writing or terminology and everything else is the one that Jeremy Hales has got for his court case. Now, when it comes to that Facebook group, either it needs to be closed down permanently, or someone who's got some common sense needs to start one where you can come in, you can't post anonymously, And if you do break if you do attack someone or anything else, your post is then removed until you either change the wording or you approach it with a more diplomatic and a more approachable set of tone. Now, that the fact that group has now over 5,000 plus members in there tells me that people have also got multiple accounts. But hey, but here's one thing that just popped up before we get to Lynette Preston. You know the last bit, Lynette
Oh
Preston.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. That right. This is public knowledge. It's on WESH2 News. Apparently, one of the island boys, one of the island boys, one of the absolute plebs of humanity, who I've got more skin on my big toe than they've got on their whole body. Frankie Venegas, arrested in Florida on gun and rug charges.
Surprise, right? I mean, I know everybody's surprised.
He's a gangster, you know what I mean? I'm a gangster, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that is funny. And look, and if you look at the hairstyle, I'm not going to show it because I haven't asked to put. I'm just not going to post it because it's. I just looking at the mugshot is absolutely. I mean, it's like looking at a crab that's just farted, basically. I mean, he's showing his teeth. You know, like people have got those diamonds and gold dentures and all that.
That's
crap.
a grill. Can't you look?
Oh.
You got to get hip now. Come on, it's a
leave me alone.
grill.
Leave me
That's your
alone.
grill.
Well, that's a grill. Now he looks like an upside down Chrysler that just got hit by a freaking
Excuse
dump
me.
truck. Right, and he's got that, and he's actually wearing that grill. Now the thing is, when you go through the process, I'm surprised they let him have those grills unless they are permanently fixed.
Oh yeah, they get them like adhere to their teeth. They're yeah.
Well,
I
one
know
thing I
his
can
mom
say,
and grandma must be so proud.
one thing I can say then, when he goes into main pop, all you're gonna go, "Hi, I'm here." Oh, look, I've got teeth, and they're
Oh
worth
yeah.
a lot of money.
Heck yeah.
You know, he's gonna be after that. He'll be able to suck a bowling ball for a garden hose. Anyway, oh god! Right now we got that part out of the way. Thanks very much to our girl. I'm blaming you. I'm blaming her. Right. Here comes the funniest part of the news before we go into the film reviews. Do you want to do it?
Well, let's
Go on, you have to do it. You do it.
let's just talk about our homegirl going on the board.
Yeah.
That she wants to now be a part of the board again because she, by golly, is going to give Otter Creek clean water. And that's what
Yeah.
she said. And a lot of people
Yeah.
have been having questions about the fact if she goes and she gets elected to the board. I mean, there's crazy people in this world. I'm all about it. If she goes and gets elected to the board, what if Jeremy shows up for a meeting? What happens? You know, does she have to leave? Can she stay? How does that work if that happens? And so I've actually done a little research into it to see what the scenario would be. And based on everything I've been able to find so far, she would have to leave. So what good would she do to the city if she can't be at the meetings and be a participant at the meetings? And she can't have any contact with Jeremy. That means that a taxpayer in the town of Otter Creek would not be able to have access to his council members. And so that's a little bit of stuff there. I mean, no harm yet. They ain't got a whole lot to choose from.
Oh, I've just seen. Excuse me. I got to read this out because I only just saw this. And if she gets on that board, here's the thing. This is where I have to draw the line. Don, Ross, and her on that board it will destroy every single good thing that Belinda, Therese, Madam Mayor, and Zim and Grant, everything they've done to bring that place back up to where it should be. Every single damage, everything that was damaged that they fixed, every single outstanding bill, everything that they've paid and everything they've done for that town or that village, right, will be destroyed within months if they get on that board. Because I can tell you right now, right, Don's going to throw his teddy, he's going to spit his dummy out. That's a pacifier, by the way, for you Americans. He's going to spit his dummy out and go, no, I don't want to play, and walk out, right? Ross is going to sit there and threaten everyone, oh, sue me then, right? But he's still under investigation because of something else.
Yep.
And then you've got Lynette Preston sitting on there going, you can't be near me. You need to be away from me. My child has got... And, like, you really want that to represent you? If anyone from Otter Creek is watching this is what you want to represent you? Right now...
I mean, if I had to pick out of the three, I would take Don. Because I think Don has... I think he is entertaining. But I do believe Don has a desire to do the right thing. I just think he is easily led by the wrong people.
Yeah, he is. I mean, you can tell that when you watch every single town hall meeting, you can tell that Ross had full control over his action, because if Ross got up, he would get up, and it's common sense, because
The good old boys.
Don's a bit slow. He needs to catch the train a little bit quicker, but the fact that he's always got an excuse. Now, what I do find interesting is that you've got a situation here where there's other names that have cropped up. All right, now you got Laura back on the panel, right? And Laura wasn't very favorable towards certain individuals. And
no, but she's done halfway decent. I gotta give the devil her due. She's done. I mean, she's been there like she's supposed to be. She's she appears to be doing better. I'll say it like that.
Yeah, but she's playing the game, though, my pretty. This is the thing. You need to.
That's politics.
Yeah, she's playing the game. Now
she's politicking.
Exactly, she's politicking, right? And we all know that Russell Meeks has, I think, a brother or a family relative who's in the government, the what's it, state board or something like that. So I just think the whole thing is just going to go to. And here's the thing: if they do get on that board, I can tell you right now that Belinda's going to walk. They're going to find something. She's just going to walk. The lawyer who's and this is where the difference is. That lawyer's always there, and unless she's on holiday or ill, right? She's going to walk because she doesn't want to represent a chicken outfit. Okay, and then anyone who's left on that board who's got any common sense are going to resign, and then it's going to go back to what it was like. And then I'd say within 6 months, probably less than that, right? Otter Creek will be back in the same shithole that it was before.
Mm-hmm. So Otter Creek has come a long way. It really has. With the people they've got in there now, it's come a long way. There's people are willing to stay and keep working for the town.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to please everybody. I don't care who you are. You're not going to please everybody.
Of course you're not.
But at least the good old boy system seems to be eradicated from that board at this moment.
Yeah.
At this moment, it appears to be.
Well, have a guess what? Oh, no, shit. Sorry, I got one more thing that I've just seen. This is a good thing. I like, Kim has posted something. Basically, she stated 5 pages deuce. Best make it good before February 28th. Get crack a deuce. Laughing out loud. Right. The fleas think this is a win. Hilarious. It is. It is. They think everything's a win. And it says it's a screenshot from Belifo, Zachary C. Belifo, magistrate's judge. And basically it says, order. Upon consideration of the foregoing, it is ordered, capital bolded, this 24th day of February 2025, defendants have moved for leave to reply Doc 83 to plaintiff's response in opposition Doc 80 to the defendant's motion to dismiss Doc 67. Defendant's motion for leave to reply Doc 83 is granted to the extent that defendants may file a reply memorandum underlined, bolded, not to exceed 5 pages in length. Defendants must file their reply memorandum in bold, on or before February 28th, 2025. So yeah, Deuce Boy, you better get your boyfriend, you better get your buddy there to help you, right? Because he helped you.
Gotta get crack-a-lacking.
You get about crack-a-lacking.
That's right. I gotta get crack-a-lacking.
You definitely better get crack-a-lacking. You better put a little bit of butter on your shoes and slide down that corridor and put a rocket up your ass and get cracking, knacking, maracking.
Exactly.
Baby. All right. So anyway, we are now going to the film review.
All right.
Bam, bam, bam. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. No. Wait. Let's go back to local note. Milady, my pretty, would you like to say or add anything towards the topic before we move on? Yeah.
No, I think I'm pretty good.
You sure?
I think we hit everything we were supposed to. We're doing good. Just keep it on moving.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, obviously, my pretty is now taking lead until she's finished with the film review, and then we will go into film history. But please be aware that this is based on true events. My pretty has already told me that she's going to try to keep this as, what's the word for it?
G-rated
as much as possible. So if you are easily triggered or you are easily affected by stuff like this, you can at any time just mute and just talk amongst yourselves. But okay, so you're not forced to listen to this, so you can mute it and then just wait, and then once we're finished, we'll give you a little sign by either Ammo or one of the mods saying, right, we're now on to the next film. Okay, so if at any time you feel a little bit affected, you know what to do. Okay?
All right, the movie that I looked into in keeping with the good old boy system, because right now that's the big thing that's happening in Otter Creek is you've got Russ coming up for the board again. You've got all these people. So the good old boy system in the South, it is true. It's been there forever and it'll never leave. And anybody thinks it will, it's just not going to. There was a movie and it's on YouTube. So it's a freebie. I love free movies. It's called Murder in Coweta County. It's starring Andy Griffith and Johnny Cash. And it takes place in the good old state of Georgia. And it explains a murder that happens there and how nobody wants to look into the murder because of who it is and their connections and what they do. It's absolutely a great movie to watch. True story, actually happened. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube about it, a lot of videos that actually go into the real story, not just a movie, but the actual story, and explains it. And it seems to be very reminiscent of the South in the 50-ish, 60s, 50s, right around in that area when, it was all about who you knew instead of what you know. It's all about who you know. So that's the movie that I reviewed, and then Spawn's got two that he watched.
Oh wow, was that it?
Well, yeah, you said wait and do the other part at the end, so I'm doing what you told me. You didn't tell. You told me just to give a brief description, and then when we go to the movie history part, then I can tell about the movie.
All right, calm down.
So I am doing my job, by God.
Hey, don't you tell me. I don't want a domestic in public. Oh, fuck it. Come on, we'll get the views. No. Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the film review with my pretty myself. Right. Okay, obviously she's just gone through her film. I've got two. The first one is called Northwest Frontier. Northwest Frontier was basically was, how can I put this? So Flame Over India. So it was filmed in Australia, and it was a 1959 British adventure starring Kenneth More, Lauren Bacall, Herbert Lorne, and someone else. Obviously, in 1959, obviously people still used quite the old stuff. So it is everything you see, like the trains, the steam trains, and everything in the film is real. Yeah. Basically, the film is set in the northwest frontier province of British India in a turn of the century. Now, obviously, now called Pakistan. And we know that Pakistan is only about 80 years old. Basically, Pakistan is the Muslim side of India, and then you've got India. And I can't remember exactly when, but I think Mahatma Gandhi was one of the people who actually helped with the common split between now Pakistan and India. The film explores, it's not about race, it's not about color, it's just about the historical side of it. It explores the ethnic tension between British India after Muslim rebels attack a fortress to try to kill a Hindu Maharaja, so a king or like your president or something like that. Right. It's full of action. It's got a very good story. The acting, the plot itself is just fantastic. But we'll talk more about that in the film historical side of it. But the plot itself of the film, it keeps you going, it keeps you entertained. The actors, except one who played, he's a German actor. I think he was fairly new to the acting them days. He's the only one that I was a bit, yeah. But then you'll actually notice a couple of obviously actors, from Buck Rogers and other series from the 70s and 80s. So that's called The Northwest Frontier. It is a good film, but I would recommend be very careful because obviously you will see scenes of unalived individuals spread around and stuff like that. But we'll come back onto that. Now, the other film I would like to take your interest in is the 2019 production of Midway, which was just after the 7th of December 1941 when Japan decided to attack Pearl Harbor without warning. And the fact that the diplomatic ambassador was actually on his way to inform the American government about the intentions of Japan. When the first wave of planes were flying towards Pearl Harbor, everyone thought it was a big exercise. But when the first bombs obviously fell, then they realized this was not an exercise. Right. Obviously, going into who was in the film, you got Ed Skrein, Patrick Wilson, Luke Evans, Aaron Eckhart, Nick Jones, Mandy Moore, Dennis Quaid, Taranabu Asano, Japanese actor, Darren Criss, and Woody Harrelson, which I was quite surprised to actually see him in that. There are some true things that actually happened. One of them about a rear seat gunner who actually shot down a Japanese bomber. That actually did happen. But again, we'll come to the historical and the plot and everything else. Basically, this was where the famous sentence was from the Japanese. How can I put it? Yamagoshi and Vice Admiral Shushui Yagumo. Basically, that's where the sentence came from. Today, I believe we have awoken a sleeping giant. And also, this is also predicted in the Midway battle is also the famous Doolittle. All right, that's where the aircraft who took off from the aircraft carrier and then attacked Japan mainland. So we'll go into that more in the historical side in the film history itself. Tonight there won't be any game reviews, but we'll get to that. Is there anything you want to add to either the Northwestern Frontier or Midway, my pretty?
No, I hadn't watched the Northwest Frontier. That's on my list, though. I want to check that one out.
It's
But
good. You enjoy it.
I haven't seen Midway in quite a while, so I need to rewatch
Yeah.
that again because I do love about World War II. It's extremely fascinating for me.
Yeah. The only thing is with those two. I mean, the films that we've explained. Obviously, some of them are very historically quite close. I mean, with Midway and everything, there's been quite a few different variations of the film Midway about the battle and about the hide and seek between the Japanese and the American aircraft fleet, the battle groups. But it's very interesting. But anyway, do you want to move on to film history, or should we have like a
Yeah,
2-minute quick?
I can move
Let's
on.
have a
I'm good. It
yeah.
don't matter.
Well, let's give everyone a 2-minute thing so we can get our thoughts together, and then once you're ready with your film historical stuff, then I can start my stuff as well.
Which in code language means he needs to go to the bathroom, folks. Because he's done drink all that stuff that he made earlier.
You are so off the fucking Christmas list. You are no longer receiving your Christmas card. You'll get the present, but you're not getting the card. Okay, right. If everyone, obviously, we're just going to give it a couple of minutes. Obviously, if people are doing a coffee run, once you're ready, just press 1 so we know that you're ready. And then, hi, she Nemesis. Oh, why is your name capital letters now?
Because she's special.
She's what?
That's why they're special.
Oh, dear. Hey, she Nemesis, I'm staying out. This is between you girls. Right, handbags at 10 paces. Stand by for the whistle.
We call them pocketbooks. We won't call them handbags no more. We have a pocketbook. Go get your pocketbook.
No wonder when a woman hits anyone with their handbag, it knocks them out or puts them into a coma.
Look, we carry our lives in them things. And most of the time we carry y'all's too. I don't know how many times my hubby has said, "Hey, will you put my wallet in your pocketbook?" Or here, put this in your pocketbook. And I'm like, yeah, let me be the pack mule for the day.
Yeah, you see now. The thing is that I would not do. I would not go to my beloved and say, "Hey, put this in your purse," because I know it would just disappear like in a TARDIS. You know.
I'm telling you, there's everything in our pocketbooks. Everything.
Yeah.
We can take care of your headache, your cold. We got candy in case you're hungry. We got snacks.
Just sent you a message, private, on here.
Oh, you knew that was coming.
Of course, I knew it was going to come. Yeah, and I already know who it is as well. And, yeah, but if they carry on, oh dear. But anyway, so yeah, right, okay. We shall carry on, shan't we?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get into the murder in Coweta County. Like I said, that's in Georgia. And this happened in April of 1948. So, like I said, right there at the beginning of the 50s. A wealthy landowner, he lived in Marietta County, and he was pursued by a sheriff of a neighboring Coweta County in Georgia. There's a book that was written about this in 1976 by Margaret Ann Barnes, and of course, it's the same name, Murder in Coweta County. And the movie that was produced was done in 1983. It talks about a man. He was a wealthy landowner. His name was John Wallace. And he had like virtually unlimited power in Marietta County, Georgia, Meriwether County, Georgia. Kind of reminded me of Russ, to be honest with you. That's why it kind of piqued my interest. Even the sheriff, his name was Hardy Collier, he was completely under his control. So this man, Wilson Turner, he was a sharecropper tenant. And he wanted to get a little extra money because he had a wife that just had a baby, had some youngins. So he was doing some little backyard bootlegging without Wallace's permission. And so Wallace fired him and told him, "Get off my land, leave." The guy's like, "Look, I got crops in the field." He said, "I don't care, you get off my land now." So the man Turner decided, well, he'd get his, so he stole two of Wallace's cows. He was going to sell them to make money for his family. Well, he was found and arrested in another county in Carrollton, Georgia, by the chief of police, Rhoda Threadgill. He was transferred from the Carrollton jail to the Meriwether County jail. He was later released from jail because they said they didn't have enough evidence. Now, as he left the jail, he discovered that Wallace was outside waiting with him with a bunch of his henchmen. So he knew he'd been set up. So he got in his truck, turned it on, and he was hightailing it out of town. Well, unbeknownst to him, this rich man Wallace they were supposed to take all the gas out of his truck, but they left in a little bit too much. So he was actually able to pass the county line over into Coweta County. And the guy pulled in at the Sunset Tourist Camp in Moreland, Coweta County in Georgia. Wallace got out, pulled this man out of his truck in front of all these people standing there, and pistol whipped this man. And pistol whipped him so hard that the gun discharged. They threw his body into the truck, and off they went. Well, these people started calling their sheriff and was telling, leaving messages at Potts of what's going on. They thought they had seen this man, just be unalived. So the movie goes on, and Lamar Potts, which was the sheriff of Coweta County, he starts investigating everything, trying to find out what's going on, trying to find out what happened to this man's body, where is he at. It has a lady that is I call it a soothsayer. She can see into the future, and she starts giving them ideas of where they can locate this man's body. Well, he goes and tries to interview the people in town to see if they know what's been said, if they know what's happened. Everybody won't say a word about this man Wallace. He's a great man. He bought every pew for the church. He gives money to this, he gives money to that. And this man Wallace is so cocky and so condescending that he even talks to the sheriff of Meriwether, and the sheriff tells him, "You better have hid that body good." So he knows that he admits that he murders this man. So they end up finding this man's body. They found bone fragments of this man, and they had to get it identified. And two African American farm workers that worked for Wallace actually bore witness against him because they're the ones that got rid of the body. And Wallace, the whole time in court, is very cocky because he feels like he's got everybody in his pocket. He's rich, he's got the money, he can do what he wants to do. And his testimony is very eccentric. And it led to his conviction. After several appeals, Wallace is executed in an electric chair in 1950. And his case was very unusual because he was one of the richest men ever to be given the death penalty. And his case was the first in Georgia where a white man was given a death sentence upon the testimony of two black men. Very good, very interesting. I'm a big Andy Griffith fan. Of course, he came from Mount Airy, North Carolina. I absolutely love the stuff that he's done, but it's so heart-wrenching, and it just holds you by the seat of your pants to see how the good old boy system in the South really works. this is true, this happened, and it's happening today. It still happens in all these little towns. It's all about who you know and not what you know. And this is what's happening in Otter Creek, and it's happened in Otter Creek for years. Russ has been able to get by with doing the things he did because, he's a fairly, influential person in the town. He was the mayor. He was able to do what he wanted to do because he ran the town. And that's the same thing in this movie. This guy runs everything. He's in control of everything. People wouldn't even testify against him. They didn't care about this poor man that had lost his life and his family now had nothing. So, like I said, I like free movies. I'm all about freebies. It's on YouTube. There's a lot of things on YouTube also that really go into the story and explain about the soothsayer and what she saw and how she helped lead them to this man's body and his family and what happened. And even though they had people that were testifying that they saw him do this to this man, until this one officer, this Sheriff Potts, he had to take it all the way and they threatened him and the intimidation to try to hurt him. It was really good. So definitely you guys need to watch that. It's something that's a great, good afternoon, cold day watching movie. And that's it.
Yes, Smitty, it's very close. But anyway,
Yeah, it's really, y'all would really enjoy it. I love Andy Griffith movies because I like Andy Griffith.
I mean, the thing is, what shocked me was the fact that the two black chaps who
Uh-huh.
discarded the body. I think there's a lot of people, excuse me, who may forgot or may not understand, or anyone who watches this stream when it comes to this incident and comes to this. You have to remember that in them days, segregation was extremely severe. And it was really bad. The segregation between black and white, and the fact that all this happened, and they were were they witnesses in the case, or what happened?
Well, they didn't actually see the murder itself, but they were the ones that actually got rid of the body. At first, he had put the body down a well, and these men had helped him. They helped him get the body out because he didn't want anybody to be able to find it. And these men were put in a position, I mean, at first they couldn't say anything because, they would have just been in the same boat that this other guy was in. It was nothing.
Yeah,
When
exactly.
when the sheriff of the town tells the murderer, make sure you hid the body really good, that you're fighting a losing battle. And people think it doesn't happen today. They're delusional. It still happens here in the South. It's still like that. If your daddy is the sheriff, you're gonna get by with speeding. You're gonna get by without having a ticket. If you're a deputy in the town, nobody's gonna come take you to. It's gonna take outside influences, and that's what you were talking about with the media.
Yeah.
It's going to take outside influences to try to curtail this good old boy system. But right now, it's still in effect, and it still happens. And
Yeah.
it's not so much of a white or a black thing. It's more of a upper class, lower class.
Yeah.
It's more economical now than it was back then. It was race and economics.
And
But
power.
yeah, we see it even with David Rickards. Let's face facts. He can go in Guapos and Davis chat and all these other chats. He says what he wants to say, but if anybody else questions, they're kicked out immediately. But they're not going to kick out the money. It's not going to happen. They're not going to kick out the guy that's giving them money that's piling their pockets. And that's what happened during this movie, and it's the same thing that we're seeing happen right now.
There's a lot of there's a lot of movies out there that predict such things that have happened, even here in the UK, like the Great Train Robbery and the Diamond Heist and everything else. But we're not going to deflect onto that. So now it's my turn. Basically, we're going to talk about Northwest Frontier. Now, I'm going to read you the plot. Well, not all of it, but I'm just going to read you, give you like a bit of insight. The plot in 1905 on the northwest frontier of the British India, a Hindu Maharaja asked British Army Captain Scott to take his young son, Prince Kishan, to Hyderabad and then send him to Delhi to protect him from a Muslim uprising. Accompanying this is when India was still India and Pakistan was evolving. So and this is why there was then the split, and that's where Pakistan evolved from. So if you want to find out how that happened, then obviously you just need to, excuse me, do a little bit of research. And I think Pakistan is about 90 years or 89 years or 80 years old. It's a very, very young country, just like America. America's coming up to 300 years or a bit. So this obviously all these countries have like evolved from the turn of the century. And basically, what was it? Accompanied by them is the Prince Governess, an American widow named Mrs. Wyatt. They leave as the rebels storm the palace and kill the prince's father. This makes his 6-year-old son the leader of the Hindu population of the region. On arriving in Hyderabad, Captain Scott sees that many local Hindus and Europeans are leaving in the last train to Kalapur. And the thing is, I don't want to give away too much of the film because it's a very interesting film. It's got a lot of action in it. Filming. The filming took place. The production started in Rajasthan. All right, I'll spell it. It's Arjastan in India in April 1959. Moore recalled in his memories that it was a physically difficult shoot, with many of the cast and crew falling ill with dysentery and other illnesses, which is expected when you drink the water in countries like that. And plus, you have to remember, when you travel to foreign countries, your body needs to get used to not just the heat, but the water and the food and everything else because of different things. The unit stayed in a former Maharaja's palace, which had been turned into a hotel. Several Rajasthan landmarks were used as film locations. Jal Mahal, meaning water palace, in Jaipur city, the capital of state of Rajasthan, represented by the Maharaja.
Look, I can't even say it now because you're saying it.
Yeah, the
Maharaja.
Maharaja.
That's what it is. Maharaja.
Maharaja. That's what I've been saying. What are you on about? To start the film. Although now stands with the Manj Saga Lake, the water levels in the 1950s were so low, horse riders could be filmed riding up and down the entrance. The Amber Fort, so obviously there's a lot of history. And don't forget, this was the turn of the century, right? The box office. Here's a little thing about this film. Right, the film was a major hit in the UK, being among the 6 most popular films in Great Britain for the year ending the 31st of October 1959. Kenneth More wrote in his memoirs that it was a great success. According to Cinematograph Weekly, the film performed better than average at the British box office in 1959. In them days, people were polite. The film was once 7 made rank, which were brought to distribution in the US in 2070. Fox Lauren Bacall called it a good little movie with a stupid title, referring to the US title Flame Over India. I rest my case. Anyway, they must have started drinking the water very early on over there. Critical. The Guardian called it the Big British Western, which is actually an insult, funny enough. Historically, obviously there was a lot of things that happened over in India with the British Empire that was, basically took about, 25% of the world. I mean, the British Empire covered quite a lot of the world. India was one of the biggest ones. And a lot of things happened there. And unfortunately, there was also things that, like, I can't remember the massacre over there, but the Brits were blamed for it, but it wasn't started by the Brits. Because we also have to remember that the Germans and the French were over there as well. However, the film itself it shows you the turn of the century. It doesn't actually show you the mentality. It just obviously it's a film, people are acting, so we can't really, unless we go back in time and we actually talk to people who were there at the 1880s all the way up to 19 just before the First World War, because if you remember in the First World War there were quite a few British Commonwealth troops in the First World War, and that also included the Sikh military and the Hindu military. All right. So it's worth watching it. It's worth doing some research. And there's a lot of historical truth in this, especially with the Prince of India. So that's the northwest frontier. That's called the Northwest Frontier. The second film, obviously Midway, obviously I think it was let me wait. Okay, let me give you a right. In December 1937, Lieutenant Commander Edwin Layton, an American naval attaché and intelligence officer who actually survived the Second World War and became, I think, a vice admiral afterwards or something like that. You know, it was warned during a state function in Tokyo between the United States Navy, British Royal Navy, and the Japanese Imperial Navy by Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who was the main geezer, that because of 80% of Japan's oil is imported, if the US were to threaten their oil supply, then Japanese would have no choice but to wage war. On December, like we all know the date and the time. Okay, Feckle Junior High, sweetheart. On December the 7th, 1941, which we all know about, during World War II, following the US decision to cut off Japan's oil supply, the Japanese launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, forcing the US to enter the war. Admiral Yamamoto, with the support of Rear Admiral Taman Yamagoshi, proposed the audacious plan to invade Midway Island using the four available Japanese carriers, the Kaido Butai, but the Japanese army overrules them. In February, Naval Aviators Lieutenant Dick Best, an Air Corps of carriers the USS Enterprise launches raids against the Marshall Islands. In April, after Lieutenant Colonel Doolittle said raid on Tokyo, Yamagoshi, and Vice Admiral Chushi Yagumo are permitted to carry out their plans to attack Midway. In May, following the Battle of the Coral Sea, Layton, along with Joseph Rochford and his crypto team, used signal intelligence to intercept Japanese messages about the operation against the objective identified as AF. Layton and his team believe that AF is Midway Atoll, while Washington believes that, and anyway, the Navy appointed Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Navy, Admiral Chester Nimitz. That's where the USS air carrier Nimitz comes from. That was named after him. Remains skeptical to prove their theory. Layton instructs Midway to send an unencrypted message, stating they are suffering from water shortage. The Japanese pick up this signal and send an intercepted message about the water shortage and AF, confirming AF to be Midway. Clever little fuckers them days, weren't they? Anyway, so the carriers, like aircraft carrier USS Hornet and Enterprise, to be recalled and from the Coral Sea, and demand that the damaged USS Yorktown that had already been hit by kamikaze pilots or bombs, both I think it was, to repair in 72 hours. So that happened. On June the 4th, Japanese launched an air raid on Midway. Initial attempts by U.S. land-based aircraft to strike the Japanese fleet carriers failed. Although Nagumo is shaken when a crashing American bomber narrowly misses the bridge of the Japanese aircraft carrier Akagi, and in an apparent ramming attempt. The submarine USS Nautilus tries attack the fleet and is chased off by Japanese destroyers Arashi. American squadron, and they basically attack and really do go to town on the four aircraft carriers of the Japanese Imperial fleet. And in the film, you can actually see this happen, and the reconstruction of these attacks is freaking scary, because If you go and look at documentaries, some of this stuff was actually filmed. And also, you have to remember planes were flying at that low on both sides that, believe it or not, some vessels were actually hit by friendly fire. So they did end up with some large holes in their ships due to friendly fire, and it happens. But it's just one of those things. Now, obviously, when they started started attacking, they sank 3 out of the 4 Japanese aircraft carriers. And then, obviously, some of in the film, you'll see the 4th one getting came in late. Listening to the beginning, only me done it. No, it's pound, not dollars, pound. That's been confirmed. Anyway, development, casting, right. Obviously, in 2019, 2018, obviously people were in their you know, they were, how can I put it, young. So they made it look good. The fact that most of the film was shot in Honolulu in Hawaii and in Montreal. So basically, they must have shot a lot of stuff. And the film was actually released on November the 8th, 2019 on Veterans Day weekend. And basically it made, unfortunately, it didn't make that much, to be honest with you. And there's a lot of history and critical responses from different people and historical accuracy. Now I'm going to read this out. While the film was take some artistic license, Emmerich and Tuke were both adamant about being historically accurate, and the Midway received praise from some combat veterans and historians for being a more accurate portrayal of the events of Midway in 1976 and Pearl Harbor in 2001. Naval History and Heritage Command Director and retired Navy Rear Admiral Sam Cox said, "Despite some of the Hollywood aspects, this is still the most realistic movie about naval combat ever made." Okay. Several seemingly Hollywoodized events depicted in the film, such as Bruno Guido sprinting into a parked plane to shoot down a crippled plane attempting to crash into the Enterprise, then getting promoted on the spot, occurred as shown. Though, according to the USA Today, Guido hid after shooting the plane down, afraid he was going to get in trouble for leaving his battle station. They had to hunt him down and bring him to Halsey, said retired U.S. Navy Admiral Samuel Cox. So that part in the film actually happened. And yeah, I would have been shitting myself. I think, I'm about to get jailed and, get demoted down to civilian. And, obviously that didn't happen, but, but there you go. All these films that you've heard, you can find them, some of them on YouTube, and the historical side of it is entirely up to you to research and have a look. But you'll be very surprised with what you can actually come across and find. My pretty, have you got it? Oh, where did she go? Come back, my pretty, come back, my pretty, come back. What's happening? Right, let's have a look at chat. Okay, bloody hell. Spawn and my pretty are going over 3 movies in a review, and they enjoyed learning. Are you back? Hello, my pretty. Hello, Mark calling Orson. Come in, Orson. Is she licking that screen again? I bet she's licking that screen again. Right, we'll just wait until she comes back. Oh, she's back. She is back. She's back. Are you back?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Right. Have you gone back in time to 1941? Where are you right now? Are you in Pearl Harbor?
I don't know. Sometimes I question that myself.
Oh, good point.
The hubby called. He's out, so he had to know how to get into the bank money. He didn't know where the money was, so he had to call and find out.
Right. Okay. Well, usually it's in the bank, and you need to come closer to your mic if you don't mind. Right. So, my pretty, have you got anything to add?
No, not about Midway. I've got to watch that. I haven't watched it yet, but it's definitely something I want to watch.
Good. Right. So there's let's move on to the next thing, which is going to be the best part. No gaming review. I'm going to try and sort out the flight sim for tomorrow, so look out for that, because I'm going to do it tomorrow afternoon. Excuse me. I may, or tomorrow evening, I may do a flight sim stream. Not sure, because I need to make absolutely sure that I can go back and forth until I get a stream deck and I can sort it out, so I don't have to go. Once I get a stream deck set up, I can then sort that out. Excuse me a second. Well, now we're comfortable. Okay, so there won't be any gaming stream, but the flight sim and truck sim, I will be doing some live streams for gaming this week. So I know that some people don't like it, but this is the platform where that's going to happen, because that's one of the reasons I am doing this. So but you don't have to dislike it. You can always come in and just have a chat with other people and with me. Right. It's the Q&A time. Woo. So go ahead, guys. The floor is now open. Remember, please type in either this, okay, or this. So we then know who you're asking the question to. Okay. I hope that you're okay with that. So anyway, right. So open floor, ask questions. My pretty, you can chat away. I'm just going to finish my sandwich.
Okay, Nina asked a question earlier that I didn't get a chance to answer, but I did write it down. She wanted to know, could these two federal cases be heard at the same time since it's involving the same people? And the answer to that is absolutely, it'll never happen.
Nope.
Because we're starting the clock all over again. It's the same principle as we had with the first federal case. It still is going to be on a time schedule. So you're looking anywhere about this time next year for the second federal case, if it gets as far as trial, for it to come forward. So this is going to, again, it's not a race, it's a marathon. So this is going to be going on at least until next year for the second federal case, because everybody has to have time to get all their motions done and all their, paperwork in order and discovery and depots. And this time, when the depots come across, they're going to kind of have to show. They're not going to have a choice. If it was me, I'd have showed the first time. It might have alleviated this from happening. You never know. But it's going to start the clock ticking all over again. It's a whole separate action, even though it involves the same people.
Why is it that there's always people who try to mock Welsh animals, but they're just jealous because us Welsh can go in any field and get laid and they can't?
Hey, wait a minute now. I'm in the South. That can happen here too. Oh, poor little Ray. I feel sorry for him.
I don't.
The thing is, you put yourself in that position though. You did it to yourself. When somebody that has the means says to you, "Look, just leave me alone." Why is it people can't understand leave me alone and just walk away and leave people alone? Just leave them alone.
You're talking to the choir. I've been saying this for 3 months, probably longer. With certain situations, and obviously, I think leave me alone means come to me. So if you say come to me, it means leave me alone. I don't know. And the thing is, one thing I do dislike about America, and please don't misinterpret this as me not liking Americans. It's not. But one thing I hate and despise about Americans, especially the ones who go, "I'm going to sue you for everything you own." because they're too lazy to go and get a job. And the thing is, when you when you make your bed, you lay in it. And the fact, at the end of the day, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And I'm guilty of that as well. 2 wrongs don't make a right. But the thing is, it's knowing when to just go, do you know what? You're an absolute fucking space cadet. I'm going. And just walk away.
Exactly. I mean, look, you can argue till you're blue in the face with some of these people. Let's take Eddie. Okay. My poor little Eddie. Eddie says, show me the proof, show me the proof, show me the proof. So I show Eddie the proof, and then Eddie says, that's not proof. At that point, you know what? It's not going to make a difference what I say. I could show him that Jesus walked on water. I could have a picture of it, and he's still going to be that person that says, that's not really true. It's AI. So at that point, you know what you do? You just walk away. And
Yeah.
you go, at that point, I can't help you. I'm just going to walk away. You got to have more to your content than
Yeah.
just talking about one person. If that's the only thing that you have, you know what? You're making money off that person. So that person is putting money in your pocket.
Yeah.
This person you hate is the person that you're spending the money based on them. If they
Yeah.
weren't in the picture, you wouldn't be online. You
And that's
can't do that.
yeah, and that's
You got to
one
have
thing.
more.
Yeah, and that's one thing I am proud of, that I can stand here proudly with my chest out and say, I'm not here for the grift. I'm not here for the money or the clout. I'm just here to enjoy myself. And I've had people offer me, they've offered me money or support, whatever, and I've gone, no. But when I do, and if I do one day decide to go to monetize, then I'm going to be paying it forward, and I'm going to be very transparent about it. But the thing is, I also need to take care of myself first. I need to get a stream deck. I need to get Restream right professionally. The full thing, so I can actually add more stuff and make it a little bit more professional. Because at the end of the day, I want you guys to be comfortable. Now, Bone Crusher, I've joked about it. I've made songs about him. I've made songs about a lot of people. Hell, I've even got songs of a certain individual that we're not going to name. Max. What? Anyway, but I haven't posted it because I don't want to be accused of being a bully, which I'm
Right,
not.
exactly.
And but when it comes to Ray, Roy, whatever his name is, now here's the thing. The old guy sits in a garage, right? Before he had a crapped out car behind him, now he's got a really posh car behind him. He's got a new mic, right? And he comes out with this thing and he tries to play this. He's the opposite of Super Dave, right? If you look at Super Dave and you look at Roy Crusher, right? They're 2 different people, but they're exactly the same. Right? They try to convince you that they're very soft-spoken, they're very caring, and they mean everything is good. So why is it that like Ray Bone Crusher jumps into each different bed so quick that he could actually get a record from the Guinness Book of Records of being the quickest tart on social media?
Well, when he at one point he wasn't really for Jeremy, okay? Then he was for Jeremy. When he was for Jeremy, he was all for Jeremy. He was talking bad against Lynette. He was talking about how Lynette, had stalked him. He was all against her. And then he flipped again. I don't think Ray really knows what he believes, to be honest with you. I think Ray sees bits and pieces and he doesn't see the whole picture. I think is the thing. He does flip flop back and forth. And that's you have a right.
Yeah. Oh, you don't stop licking your screen. Stand by. I bet she's going. I bet
Oh,
you.
sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I just blew my nose and a little bit of sandwich came through my nose. Again,
Hang on.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I presume that's a no then.
Okay,
Hello.
can you hear
Awesome.
me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me at all?
No. She can't hear me, so I'm just going to go, nope. I'm going to sit here and go, nope, I can't hear you. Oh, that'd be so funny. I told you should joke. No, but the one thing I can't understand is this. Oh, there she comes. Hello, there she's back. Oh my God! Are you starting to copy Roy Bone Crusher?
The screen again. I know. No, somebody had called and I tried to make them shut up and hit the wrong button. Anyway, but the thing with Ray is that Ray he goes he goes so much to each side that he doesn't garner any respect from either side. If that makes any sense to you, he takes it to the huge extreme. I
Mm.
mean, yeah, I get where people say, Jeremy's not done everything right. I'll be the first one to tell you he's not done everything the way I would do it. Let me say it like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
would do things differently maybe, but you know what? I ain't living it neither.
I mean,
I ain't
Smitty.
having to live with it every day and having to suffer through it and having to put up with it in my face every day. So I really can't have an opinion on what I would do and what I wouldn't do because I'm not faced in that situation. I like to think I'd do it differently.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
like to think I would do something in a different manner, but if I told you I would, I'd be lying to you because you don't know. None of us know because we don't live it. We
Yes,
just are observers watching a show.
yes, ma'am.
Don't make me hurt you.
Uh, Shit. Shut up. It's my turn now. Uh, right. I mean, here's the thing. This is what gets me, right? Smitty is actually the first person who's actually not been actually stated what I've been trying to say for a long freaking time. And here's the thing, right? Smitty's turned around and he says, while their stream is in a group and they put a act on, well, everyone does. Everyone puts a persona on Smitty. But anyway, on like they don't care because they are right, well, they assume they're right by when they do open their crap. But I bet when they are alone, they are by themselves or on a private chats together, shitting themselves. Yes, they are. I can tell you that for a fact. Because the thing is, all right, when that does happen, you'll see a change in personality. And the change in personality, what you see, is when the crocodile tears come on and they start trying to. You can literally tell when they're talking to each other, they're trying to find the answer to the question, do we fuck up? But they don't want to put it in the actual words. So what they'll do, they'll come on and they'll put on a persona, just like everyone else involved in this. I mean, like I said, like last night on the night chat, I said, yeah, sometimes I put on a persona, but then I turned it off and then I became myself. Now, when it comes to Crusher, when it comes to Ray, it was Ray in it. Is it Roy or
Yeah,
Ray?
Ray, Ray,
Right.
Ray.
Right. When it comes to Ray, one thing I have to say, I don't think he's putting on a persona. I think what you're seeing is what you're getting. Um, I mean, yes, I did mock him at some point, about him being in the garage and his wife not letting him into the house. But my attitude has changed slightly. The guy is an old chap, probably in his 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And he's sitting there and he's holding the microphone like from the 1940s. And ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg has just arrived and they're now you know, and God bless bless his cotton socks. But here's the problem: he has bounced out of each people's beds so much. I mean, he will make a lady of the night in Amsterdam look like an amateur.
He changes his mind more times than Lynette changes husbands. And that's
What?
the God's honest
Oh
truth.
my God! Have you seen the question that Gail's just asked?
Yes.
Oh,
But Nina's question is before Gail's question.
oh, is it?
Yes. She wants to know on the second case, if they get all depots, etc., on time, can the judge rule on the case without it ever going to trial? No. The only thing that he can rule on is if it would be dismissed or not. You have a right for it to go to trial. If there's enough evidence and the judge feels like there's enough evidence, it'll go to trial. If he doesn't feel like there's enough evidence, he doesn't think that the case can stand on its own, he can dismiss the case. That's your two choices. It either goes or it doesn't go because there's not enough evidence. I got a feeling Jeremy, I mean, based on what we all know, Jeremy's got enough evidence to take it to court. Then it just depends on the 12 people that are sitting there and what their opinion is.
I mean, he's got enough evidence not just to take it to court, but to bury them so deep in litigation and everything else. Uh, I think their grandchildren are going to need lawyers.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of stuff. You got to remember, folks, there's a lot of stuff that you have not seen.
Yeah.
And I know this personally. There is a lot of stuff that you have not seen. There are Jeremy has listed 52 witnesses. We don't even know who we know who most of them are. We've seen a list of them. We don't know what they can testify to and what they can't testify to.
Mhm. And some of them may just be character references, or they just saw one thing. I mean, but yeah, there's a shitload. And let me go back to to Gail's spawn to me. What does sandwich feel like coming out of your nose? Well, at about 60 miles an hour. Can you remember that night when I blew my nose and a piece of rice came out and
Yes,
everyone
I
laughed?
do remember that, but I thought we were going to forget that part. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't even know how that. To be honest with you, I don't even know how that happens, but it happens. So anyway,
Because it's all connected. It's all one,
yes, I know,
thing.
I know. But the thing is, it's supposed to go down, not up. Anyway, so here, one thing I am going to say in regards of Bone Crusher. All right. Yes, I did mock him a little bit. Had a little bit of a joke with the songs and all that I made about him. All right, and I have mentioned him on multiple occasions. And yeah, I'm going to call him a hypocrite. But the thing is, he's a hypocrite with a smile, and it's those people you need to be careful of. He got a lot of support from big YouTubers, and he threw that back in their face. Now, this is why I don't try to become too connected to people like Tug, Megan, or Shizzy, or the expert, or anything else. Experts come in here, I go into his stream. It doesn't mean that I am going to glue myself to his hip. Absolutely not. Or anyone else in that matter. Because, the thing is, because when something goes wrong, you become part of that problem. And, even though, there's in the last few months, things have happened, I am still independent. Like me, I can only speak for myself. But when it comes to Ray, one thing I have noticed is that he will attach himself to those people that he has accepted, because they know they can manipulate. And I've always said this: there's a lot of people who are being very easily manipulated. And when people try tricks, they've even tried it with me, and I just give them red herrings. I just give them a load of crap, and then after a while, they'll try and throw it back in my face, and I go, "No, that never happened. Actually, that was all shit." And that's how I catch people out. Because the thing is with me, you never know if I am. I will be honest and straight up front here, because at the end of the day, it'll be absolutely hypocritical if I'm not. I'll be honest and straight with people I speak to privately. Certain individuals, there's about 5 people I will talk to, and I will be upfront, truthful, and factual with them. Everyone else, it's if they contact me and the first sign of something wrong with this, I will then play and then that's when you'll get the game. And at the end of the day, I don't care if people go, "Oh, look what you said to me." Yeah, but at the end of the day, it was just bullshit, because I know what you're playing. Because this is exactly why I did it. Because look what you're doing now, and that's what catches people out. Excuse me for the cough. That's what catches people out. And Ray has done that. Super Dave has done that. Guapo has done that.
I would have respected Ray more if he had took the stance. I just don't like what Jeremy is doing. I just don't support Jeremy in the way he's handling things.
I thought he
Instead
did.
of now he's all about Lynette's right now. Lynette's doing this. Lynette's great. She's not doing anything wrong. That's where my issue comes in. It's not, you know, everybody, like I said, Jeremy's not perfect. No man is,
Yep.
no woman is perfect. Nobody's perfect.
No, that's what I do.
But you can't, but to take your whole entire outlook on something and flip it, that's when you lose your credibility and stuff.
Yep.
That's when people say,
Yeah, can I interject on this one? I get what you're saying, but I have to be a devil's advocate here now, because at the end of the day, yeah, you can have an opinion, and he has jumped the fence multiple times, but I do believe he is being manipulated by other people. And here's the thing: with all the grifting that's going on, we don't even know if he was gifted anything. Is that? And I'm only
that's true.
alleged.
You're
That's
right.
only alleged and speculation. Here's the thing, like you come on here, yeah. The day when I get monetized, and I'm saying this publicly, one day I am going to give my pretty a gift for being not just coming on to my stream, but also to help me out. And the thing is, I am a very gifting person, and that's what I will do. Right, Eric. There's other people, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be transparent, and I'm going to use the monetary gain that I make from this. I'm going to put it back into the community. Because why? Well, yes, I will take some of it and use it for, probably a new chair or a feet warmer or sorry to,
or your harem.
Did you hear that, darling? Oh no, okay. And you cheeky git. And but the thing is, I'm not going to ask anyone. If people, at the end of the day, this is one thing I'm going to tell you right now. I will never ask you for anything unless it's for someone else, unless it's for someone who's in dire straits. Right? Eric is the perfect example. Right? There are other people out there. I mean, I would love to mention certain individuals, but they have turned it into negativity, so I'm not going to mention that. Otherwise, I'd be helping them as well. But the thing is, when it comes to monetary gifts and stuff like that, one should never ask for it. One should never hint at, oh, yeah, if you give me this, that, right? Because that there, right, going around saying, oh, I need this and I need help with this. At the end of the day, if you need help with something, why did you put yourself in that position in the first place? Right? This platform is not like where you walk in and it's like a hand me out stuff. Here you are trying to portray a person. You're trying to, share your whatever you are presenting with other people. Other people are supposed to come onto your stream and onto your platform to enjoy the interaction. Now with Ray, when he does his live, he sits in his garage, exactly the same spot, does exactly the same thing, and the thing is, he seems to hint at a lot of things, but I have always believed that he's been manipulated by Super Dave and other people, but that's just allegedly, that's speculation. I mean, unless you show me proof, but he is the perfect example of an old-aged hypocrite.
Yeah. Triggered Andy says Ray Bonecrusher speaks the truth, and hopefully one day we will see it. I believe that Ray speaks his opinion at the moment. Just because it's your opinion doesn't make it true.
Exactly.
That's your opinion. That's what you have derived. That doesn't make it true. I can tell you that it's my opinion that when I look out of my sky, it's 5:30 in the evening. It's dark outside, but clearly you can see it's still light outside. But my opinion is it's dark because it's darker than it was before, so it's dark.
However,
that's my opinion. That doesn't make it true.
Now, I know Triggered Andy, welcome to the platform, welcome to the stream. I presume you're only here on passing, so obviously I can tell by the way you just spoke. However, ladies and gentlemen, everyone is entitled to constructive criticism. However, Triggered Andy, I do not agree with you. All right? Because if he was speaking the truth, half of what he says he wouldn't be saying. If he is speaking the truth, then he would realize, all right, if he'd done his research, if you just look at the past since 2000, let's go back to 1996 all the way up to 2013. Let's look at from 2010 all the way up to last year. All right, the different addresses, the different names, the different grifts, the different the way she's been behaving. Okay. Now, at the end of the day, the only people who are responsible is Lynette Preston and John Cook. Now, 1 minute Ray is on one side, the next minute he's on another side, because the thing is, he wants to be on the powerful side. He wants to be on the winning side. Now, if you think he speaks the truth, then that is your opinion. And I'm not going to insult you. I'm not going to call you delusional or blind, but I don't think you're looking at the bigger picture. And that is the problem with a lot of people. You have you've got your view on one thing, but you don't care what's around or what's going on around, right? And that is why a lot of people get into arguments or fall out or anything else, is because they're not looking at the bigger picture. When I look at it, I see everything. I see the connections between each people. I see Ray jumping from one bed to the other whenever it feels, whenever he thinks that, oh, right, okay, yeah, I'll get benefits there, which he did. He went to Tugs and everyone else's, and he got a lot of his supporters came from the side that everyone he is now attacking.
Mm-hmm.
So if he was telling the truth, why is he now on the attacking on the side of the grifters, the liars, the attackers, the people who are spreading disinformation and making fraudulent comments? Is he still? Now, here's my question to you, Trigger Danny. Is he still telling the truth?
I mean, was he telling the truth whenever he said that Lynette was a stalker? Because he said that. Was he telling the truth then? Was he telling the truth whenever he said that they have put Jeremy through hell? Because that's what he said. So was he telling the truth then? Again, he's telling his opinion. The truth is stuff the truth is tangible. The truth you can put your hands on. That's proof. That's research. That's when you show the proof on something. That's the truth. When you give your your feelings about something, that's your opinion. I mean, you can't say Ray's telling the truth now just because he's talking against Jeremy, but he was lying before. That makes him a liar.
Mm,
If he was lying about Lynette before, then he's a liar. And he's for her now, but against Jeremy, so all of a sudden he's telling the truth. It doesn't work quite that way. He's given his opinion.
yeah.
He's given how he feels at the moment, and he's expressing his feelings. That's why when you go to court, they don't ask you to show your feelings, they ask you to show your evidence because one is the truth, one is an opinion. So I do believe that Ray is giving his opinion the way he feels at the moment. But with Ray, that can change, that can fluctuate up and down.
And the thing is, there's no. Now, here's one thing I want you to understand, Trigger, and everyone else who want to defend Ray. I mean, there's no ill. How can
Oh, yeah, we're not. I mean, I know I'm not putting Ray down for it.
no,
I'm just saying
but
that's
yeah, there's no ill will towards Ray. Yeah, I have taken a piss out of him a couple of times, but because he's gave himself that pleasure, and the fact that like he's like the crampons, he's like a couple of people who put themselves in a position where, I mean, there was another guy who was doing it as well, but he's disappeared. He did, I think he didn't want to get involved in any of this, and he disappeared away from it because he saw what was probably happening. Now, the thing is, every time I've seen Ray, maybe on their platform or on his own or in any other situation, he's a yes man. He's trying to fit in. Now, that's his choice, but it's also everyone else's choice to judge him on his words and his actions, just like everyone else. Now, this whole situation where he's going from one side to the other, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that is no one else's fault except his. Now, I don't dislike him. I do not hate him. I just don't want to have any interaction with him because the thing is, he's no better than them. He is part of the problem. Because if, say, for example, he decides one day to say, right, I am cutting myself off from the whole situation. I don't want any involvement. And I'm going to go on. I'm going to sing some songs. I'm going to talk about the car behind me. I'm going to talk about what my wife cooked for me the other night, blah, 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 blah. You'll see a change. You'll see a change in how people respond to him. You'll see
mhm.
people disappearing. You'll see him with probably 10 or not 10, 15 people in his chat every time, because people want to see the negativity. They want to see him sit on there and say what he does.
You see that in Lisa's chat, the two Lees. They got 3,000 some subscribers, but if you go over to Tori's channel, she's got 700. Wonder why? Why does Tori not have 3,000 some people over there? That's because Tori doesn't do the gossip and the putting down of all this other. I mean, she'll speak about it sometimes, don't get me wrong, but primarily Tori, that's not what her channel is about. And
Okay, hang on
so
a minute.
you
Hang on a
notice
minute.
that
Hang on a minute.
difference.
Hang on a minute. What's going? Freckled. Stop. Please don't press buttons. What's going on, Nina? What's going on here?
No, no, no. It was okay. Nina had asked a question in your research and the
Yeah.
things that you find. Do you ever send stuff to Jeremy to help? Do you send
No.
things to him to let him know what's going on?
No. No.
Or
No.
do
No.
you just post it and then Jeremy finds it, the way that he finds everything else?
No. Basically, any research I've done, I haven't been approached by anyone. I haven't been approached by his legal representative or anyone else. And the research I do, once I've got it, I put it out if it's relevant to the actual topic. And at no time has anything been sent to Jeremy or to 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 his legal team. And the thing is, I don't think he would need to, because obviously he probably already has all that information. And most of the research I did was actually, basically giving people a picture of who's who. And then just pointing out the failures, like i.e. like breaking, the model rules for the ABA and stuff like that. So no, I haven't, because at the end of the day, I haven't been requested, I haven't been asked, and even if I got asked, I would just point them to my post or to the videos that I've put up.
But you can guarantee that everything that's posted and said is sent to that man. I can't imagine. I know how many messages and stuff I get in one day. I can only imagine how many he gets. It's got to be phenomenal
I,
because people see things and they send it to him, to help. Because, I mean, he can't be everywhere. I mean, I know he's got people in every group. I mean, we all know that we're not stupid. Just like if y'all think that Lisa don't have somebody in every group telling her what's being said back and forth, then,
see
that's
that,
just
that,
the
that
name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's that there. I mean, here's the thing. I don't care if there's someone here from every single group. At least they're here and they're listening to what's being said. But here's the
Exactly.
problem. Like if you've got these, okay, like we'll use the word mole. All right. If when you've got like these individuals sitting in there, they will hear one thing, but we're saying something else. But they will only hear what they want to hear. They will then go back, and it's like Chinese whispers. They'll go back and say, "Oh, fucking hell, he said this, he said that, she said this." It's just like Linda Knoll and Missy Lady, the situation that I discussed the other day. That is the perfect example. That is the perfect example of miscommunication, where people were putting out negative stuff that's not true, right? But luckily, it was brought to my attention, and I dealt with it instantly, and I dealt with it in a polite way, in a correct way, and in a friendly way. Because at the end of the day, you know, people need, I think the truth is more important than just sitting there and flapping your gums. Right? We've had 3 hours of covered quite a lot of stuff, right? And this is the problem. There's a difference between us two bouncing off each other and talking about this and having a little bit of fun, and then someone sitting in his garage, right, going back and forth. And I personally think, and this is a message to Ray Bone Crusher, Ray, just cut yourself off from this whole situation and just go and do something else, because you are being misled. You are being you're being used. You're going to be a patsy in this. And now, unfortunately for your interaction in this whole situation, okay, you are now on the bread on the bread line, and the only person to blame for that is yourself.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case. He's been. uh, I mean, unfortunately, like I said, be careful what you say. Your words make them sweet because you may have to eat them one day. And right now, he's going to have to eat those words. And unfortunately, it's going to cost him money. And I hate that for him involved because I believe that
You're welcome,
he,
Stacey.
I believe that he has a good heart. I do believe the man has a good
Oh yeah,
heart.
absolutely. I agree on that one.
I
Yeah.
believe the man has a good heart, and I believe the man is just looking at things with rose-colored glasses on
Mhm.
because it's so hard to say, you hate to say that this person is like this, but let's go back to the fact that months ago, Ray was talking against Lynette and John. He was all for Jeremy. He was all about that Jeremy was in the right and Lynette and John were in the wrong, and that these people had followed him, and he was all about that happening. He saw the same things that we saw, he saw the same evidence that we saw, and he had made that decision. I'm not saying he was lying then, I'm saying that's how he felt at the moment.
Mm,
And for whatever reason, he feels differently now. So you can't say he's telling the truth now because it fits your narrative.
mm. I don't
You
think
can't
he's.
do that.
Yeah, I mean, like there was. Oh, it was a while back. Someone saying that like Ray was lying through his teeth. So I went and I gave him the view. I gave him the watch hour. I don't care. And I watched his stream, and I didn't hear one lie in there. I just heard opinion, but it
Right.
was the wrong opinion. It was like he was lead. He would, and you know when you get that saying, "Oh, you're thinking with your small head instead of your big head," or you know you're letting your emotions take control of your actions. This is why I always say to people: if you're emotional and you come in here emotional, you're yeeted for a day. You come back tomorrow, compose yourself, take control of your emotions, because emotions will always take your actions when you're emotional, right, will always be negative, and they will cause problems. That's why I don't yes, in this whole saga I've probably been emotional once, where I just got sick and tired of the BS, and I said it as it is.
Oh,
And
well, I've had my foot in my mouth quite a few times. I'll be the first one to tell you.
yeah, and I've also, and I'll be honest with you, I've also been on my life where I deliberately said things to get a reaction from someone, to actually make them do things that are truthful, instead of just, and I've been doing that from day one. I've got people to admit stuff. I mean, the fact that I got Bruce to admit to multiple things, okay, if I can do it with him, I can do it with other people. It's very easy, but it's not meant in malice. It's not meant in a negative way. It's meant in a constructive way. It's to like, come on, drag that truth out and then put it out on the table. And I've done that multiple times since I got involved with Facebook, Bruce, and everything else. Now, when it comes to Ray, that's what people are doing to him. He is talking not with his head but with his heart. And
Right.
then once in a blue moon, his brain will kick in, and then he will go, "Barr," and you can change, because you can tell, because he changes his tone, he changes his way of approach and the way he talks. And like, I don't look, I have got nothing against him. He's probably the only person out of the whole group I would say, do you know what? You made your bed, you're laying it, but you're not as bad as those assholes are. Pardon my French. And
I agree with you.
you know, um, but he's made his bed. He made his bed a long time ago, and unfortunately, he's now receiving the repercussions of that. And when you Americans love the First Amendment, you love the Second Amendment, you love the Fifth. I played the Fifth, all right? You love these amendments, but the thing is, you don't think about the consequences. And like over here, we've got freedom of speech, freedom of expression, which is protected under the Article 14 of the Human Rights Act. All right. And even if you have your feelings hurt or anything else, like Ray has, or like Super Dave has, or like Guapo, for example, a lot of these people have had their feelings hurt because people have thrown the truth at them, and then they get their feelings hurt, and what do? They attack.
Hey, well, there. If people think, and as an American, I'm right there with it. Nothing is free. We say we've got freedom of speech, we got freedom of press. No, you don't. You got freedom of speech and freedom of press as long as the law allows it. So therefore, even things you say, you have a freedom to say it, but you also got freedom to accept the repercussions because you said it. It comes with it. For every action, there's a reaction, and that happens, and that's what we have to realize. These old country sayings that I grew up on as a youngin', where my mother told me these things. I used to think, God, she's so stupid. She's just such a country bumpkin. Why
Mm,
does she talk like that? Why can't she just say something? Why does she have to talk in code? Okay, that's what I used to think of it, like she talked in code.
mm,
Like they'll say you lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Well, that's what she would tell me instead of just telling me you can't make people do things, that's up to them. No, I didn't get that. I got complete old country Appalachian sayings that I grew up with.
So let me ask
And
you.
they're so true.
Right, well,
Uh-huh.
let me ask you a question here. I mean, obviously, you know, everyone's got different opinions about this whole thing. Now, the fact that he's going to be looking in his pocketbook for, um, Jesus, there's a. I mean, when I was sitting in Shizzy's and he was reading this out, and it came to the um, what do you call it, damages. I literally paused the stream, got up, made myself a coffee, came back and lit up a fag. I mean, a cigarette, and I just sat there for a couple of minutes, and I just went, I can't, because I heard it last night. Someone, I don't know if someone mentioned it or someone, um, but I don't. The thing is, people look at this and they think, "Oh, Jeremy's just full of hot air," and he has said from day one, when it all started after the water issue, the water bill issues and everything else, and he has gave everybody, and there's no denying this, he has gave everybody. Hi, Nimrod. Hi, sweetheart. He's gave everybody every opportunity to cease, desist, and move away, and move on, and leave it alone, leave them alone, stay out of their business, and everything else. And he
Hmm.
richly did send them a cease and desist.
Yes, he did.
All right. And still nothing. Still nothing. Triggered Andy, listen, let me just finish this and I'll come back to what you just said there. All right. Nothing. Now, you've got all these people. Now, you're the perfect example of the naive and the blind. It's like the naive are leading the blind are leading the deaf and the blind and the naive. It's a vicious circle, right? They received a cease and desist by Jeremy Hells. They ignored it because they didn't care, like they haven't cared before, right? They've been to places where they got questioned. All this evidence, the receipts are out there. They are out there. And there's nothing you can do to argue that, because the proof is in the pudding. Okay. When you've got people coming out of the woodwork from Northport and other places and showing and proving categorically what Lynette Preston is like, right? And it's not MP, it's Lynette Michelle Lacey Alexi or Alexi Lacey Preston, and that's not including the other 30 variations of her names. So let's stick to the legal name on a driving license that she didn't change after she got divorced from her husband with the surname Carriados. Okay, so let's just be real on this one. Okay, now Trigger Dandy, I get you want to make a point, you want to put your point across. However, stop being naive. If Lynette wouldn't be such a grifter, there's evidence everywhere to prove it, and she wouldn't have such an issue of understanding the common sense of leave me alone, which a lot of people seem to have a problem with. All right, she gets a cease and desist, she ignores it. It's on her, it's her own fault. And the fact that she actually got a second cease and desist from a lady in Northport that she ignored. Now, all the behavior since then, the fact that that road, let me put it in another way for you. I can drive up and down that road. I can walk up and down that road with a red with a red axe. That basically it's about a £50,000 camera, right? It's what the film companies use. I can walk up and down that road, film anything and everything I like, as long as I'm not putting it over the fence or if I'm inside their property. If I happen to see anything in their property while I'm filming, oh well.
Absolutely.
Okay, because at the end of the day, what you can see with your naked eye is what a camera can see.
Right. You
Right?
can't trespass the eyes.
Okay. And that road, yeah, they can drive up and down at anyone. So that means, so technically what you are saying is that everyone who lives on that road, may it be at the top of the end or down at the bottom, cannot use that road or drive past that property in case they could be accused of stalking and harassment. The cease and desist, if that's what you are saying, that a cease and desist isn't worth the paper it's printed on, right, then obviously you're not from America. Are you, mate? Because over in America, when you get a cease and desist, you either fight it in court or you accept it. That's one
Like
thing I have.
you got two choices. That's exactly right. Let's say you take the stalking out of it. Let's take that whole stalking thing out. Let's throw that out the window. Okay. We're not even talk about Lynette stalking Jeremy or Jeremy stalking Lynette. We're not even going to talk about that part. The other stuff that she's done, the other things that she said, not only in public, on public groups, in her own group that she had, Otter Creek Friends and Family, these things are defamation. You can't do that about somebody. You can't just sit there and talk about them like that. You cannot do that. You cannot say somebody is this or that without having something to back it up. Unfortunately, Lynette thinks that she can say about anybody anything she wants, anytime she wants to, and that's okay because it's her opinion. But that's not true. That it doesn't work that way. Yes, you have an opinion, but you have to be willing to back that opinion up with something. You got to be able to show things. Unfortunately, Lynette deleted the groups. I don't know how long you followed it, Triggered Andy. I'm not sure, honey. I don't know. But if you followed this 2.5 years ago when this whole thing started, and you were a member in that group, like a lot of us were, then you saw what was being said. You saw what was happening. And unfortunately, a lot of people haven't seen that happen to this point because they weren't involved in it up until, here recently. So you're not able to see all the stuff. Defamation means saying something that is not true. It's a lie. A defamation is a lie that you say about somebody. It is a lie. That's what defamation is. That's just in general description. That is the definition of defamation: is a lie. If I say that you are a 500-pound woman and that you sell your rear end on the street corner for $3, that's a lie. That's defamation. I've defamed you. I've lied about you on purpose, knowing that it's a lie. That's what defamation is.
Mm. And this is the thing. A lot of people seem to. I mean, one thing I know for a fact is common sense is definitely not available with any of this, and hasn't been for quite a few months. I mean, if people would actually use common sense and actually stop trying to dictate people to prove what Lynette Preston has done and said and everything else. Okay, so if you want to see evidence and proof, then just look at all the screenshots that have been posted. Look at all go to different live streamers or live creators and go onto their platforms and look at all the videos and the evidence they've put up. Go and if you still think that she is as innocent as you believe, then why don't you just contact Jeremy Health directly and say, hey, show me proof? And he probably might do it. All you have to do is ask. But here's the thing. Lynette Preston has lied from the get-go. She even lied to people in Northport. And that's probably one of the reasons where, we've lost her again. That's probably one of the other reasons why, she was in a hurry to sell her house and move down. The fact that they said that they came down there in 2018, the property wasn't even on the market then. The fact that they came down on a day and stated, and I quote, yeah, we are the owners of this property, and asked Jeremy to remove a tree stump or tree from that property illegally, right? That's just a little bit of a bigger pot. Now, you can believe anything you like. You can believe anything what you want to believe. But there's enough substantial evidence by her own hand and her own mouth, right, of what she's lied about. And not just her, but also John Cook. And not just them two, but also other people now who've jumped on this bandwagon, right, this wannabe gravy train. And look what's happened over the last few months. It has become systematically worse, and it's got out of control. Just because one person refused to accept the fact that they've been asked to cease and desist. And they didn't. And the fact that she received the second one electronically, and probably also in writing, I'm not sure. All right. Again, ignored it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll wait until you come back. Now, here's what I want you to do, Trigger Andy. I get it. You have every right to ask questions, but you need to go to the source. And to be perfectly honest with you, the accusations are not opinions. Accusations are factual proof. The fact that you've got one person who's twisted every single truth that's been said about Lynette Preston and about everything else, everything they have done wrong, everything they've said that's untrue, you've had one person twist it. And that the whole ecosystem, what they've done, they've taken this whole situation and they've twisted it in such a way that people are always asking questions. But all you have to do is do your research. Here's an idea. Type in Lynette Preston into Google search. Do it right now. And tell me how many pages at the bottom you will find. And how many different names. And how many pictures and how many newspaper clippings and everything else. You will find over 20 plus.
And let's not forget that court, Ohio court, has ruled that yes,
copy.
she was stalking Jeremy. An Ohio court has ruled that.
Yeah, and here perfect. There's a perfect comment. I mean, I like to go straight to the. Perfect comment from Dwayne Novel. You can also go and watch the Jeremy Hale videos back when it first got to his place in Florida till now, and you will see everything she has done to Jeremy Hale and drive him crazy. Now, here's the thing: if you go back and you actually look at the videos, right? Oops, shit. If you go back and you look at the videos. Jeremy and George were so happy to actually take possession of that property. But on the same day and within the same couple of days, they had to deal with infringements and God knows what else. So they had all that to deal with. And then you've got then you had the Preston saga. Okay. And then obviously the Waterford and everything else came on top of that. And the fact that this all started because of one person lying, and that was Lynette Preston, because that is her legal name. Unless you, Trigger Andy, can show me 100% factual evidence, like a birth certificate, redacted if you wish, with her legal birth name. Because here's one thing I do know, and that goes in over here in the UK as well, unless you've changed your name via depot, right? In both countries, you have to have proof of your name. And that will also be covered with social security number. So that means that you have to have your birth certificate or something there with your birth name. Your birth name, her birth name is Lynette Michelle Preston.
Correct.
Right? So unless you can show me 100% factual proof that her name, her birth certificate has 39 various different first and middle name. Surnames is irrelevant because obviously she got married quite a few times, probably trying to get in the Guinness Book of Records, but we digress. The fact that she had multiple different names, and also the fact that she from 2012 all the way to 2020 had 4 different names at 4 different addresses. That's just what we know of. The fact that this name Ruby suddenly appeared out of nowhere, right, is another bombshell. So the fact that this woman who you seem to think that is innocent and has done nothing wrong, the fact that this woman has been in newspapers grifting, and the fact that she's been caught out with so many contradictory lies and comments and everything else in DMs and messages on Facebook and on SMS text messages, right? Should be enough. Should be enough. But there's always someone who wants to say, no, it's all a lie, it's all fabricated, it's all fake. Yeah, I don't think so. In actual fact, it does, Andy. I think here's the thing you're missing. Because let me put it in layman's terms for you. If she has done this, right, and this has been going on for quite a while, if she has done this under the names Lynette Michelle Preston, and they've now changed her name to Michelle Alexi or whatever Preston, right? What they're trying to do, they're trying to subtly move away from her name, Lynette Preston, because this is what she does. Now, if say for example, Jeremy Hales decides to get an investigator, a PI, to investigate any convictions or any complaints or anything else under any of those names, can you imagine what will turn up? The fact that the adoption is being questioned, the fact that she changed that child's name comes into question. A lot of things have come into question. And that's another thing. A lot of people forget the fact that there's a 5-year-old child involved in all this. Well, actual fact, in the middle of all this. But no one cares about the child. It's all about Lynette Preston. Oh, wait a minute, it's Michelle Preston. Oh, wait a minute, it's Alexi Michelle Kendra or whatever Preston. So it's more important about a individual who needs a psychological evaluation using multiple various different first and middle names is more important than the welfare and removing a child from a situation where that child will benefit from being removed from that situation. But it's more important to know that, oh, well, Lynette is not called Lynette, she's Michelle. Right, okay. I don't care if CPS disagrees with me or not. At the end of the day, this is my opinion. I believe that child would be way better off if that child was with a family or someone who can give her the love, protect her, and put her in a hygienic, clean, warm, safe environment. You may not agree with me, Trigger Andy, but that is my opinion. And the fact that all this, everything that's been said about the court case and everything else, it seems that people seem to want to ignore that. And the CPS are as much use as a fart in a spacesuit. Because let's be honest with you, if mosquitoes bother you when you turn up at a property more than about a child's welfare, all right, or environment. I mean, we saw the video from the fish and life. What's it called again?
The game and wildlife.
Game and Wildlife. I mean, that video alone, right, should tell you. It has everything to do with the case. Everything that's going on has to do with the case. No matter what.
I think right, because it shows, Trigger Andy, it shows a pattern of what she's done her entire life. Now, I'm not saying that Lynette has not lived a tumultuous life, because I believe the woman has. From a young child, I don't believe that she was in the best situation, and I believe that has contributed to her, and that would take you going back. See, I wanted to know what makes Lynette tick. What makes her do the things she does? So I went all the way back to when she was a child, to when she was 17 years old and she quit school and she got married, and her mother had to sign for her to get married. So therefore, the mother allowed that to happen. And Lynette had a lot of things happen to her as a child, and I think that has laid a foundation for what she's done her whole life. The way that she's accused every man that's been in her life of some type of SA against either her children or her grandchildren. There's an underlying reason that this has happened. There's an underlying reason that she doesn't take any accountability for what she herself has done or what she herself has said. You got to be willing to do that. She's not perfect. Now, she's done things that she shouldn't have done. She said things she shouldn't have said. Therefore, the things she has said, knowing that they're not true, has defamed Jeremy. It has caused Jeremy, like you said, you used to follow Jeremy. Now you don't follow Jeremy. And why do you not follow Jeremy? Because of the things you've seen and you've heard.
No,
So
oh, sorry, go
that,
ahead.
oh no, I'm saying, and so therefore, her actions, the things that she has brought to the light, or the things that she has brought up, maybe have caused you to change your opinion based on the things you've seen and heard. That's where defamation comes into it. I can't just say, "Well, I think Triggered Andy, stands on the street corner and sells everything for about $3, and that's about as good as they are." I can't say that about you. I have freedom of speech, but I can't say that about you. Now, if you've been arrested for prostitution, I can say that about you because there's proof that you've done that. There's proof that's happened, that you are
Mm.
that person. But I can't just say it because I want to. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, a couple of ways. Yeah, I noticed that myself, and I'm going to go back to. There's a couple of things I want to address. Right, and Trigger Andy, look, I appreciate that you're here, that you're being constructive, and that this conversation is being civil. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. The second thing is, I also want to point out, like Copperwise just hit the nail on the head. So the alleged CPS reports have nothing to do with the case. Bruce can't stop talking about it in his motions and on any other channel he can get on. Now, here's the contradictory thing. 1 minute it's 11, then it's 14, then it's 27, then it's 6. And the fact that there's actually a video evidence of the CPS turning up and didn't even leave the road. That there is not that's not a welfare check, or that's not the proper way to go and check. If he'd have walked onto that property, trust me, I don't think that conversation would have ended. Oh, these mosquitoes are biting the hell out of my legs. Okay. Now you want proof from us. Then I'm going to ask you a question, Trigger Andy. Why don't you show us proof that what she is saying, or what people are saying on her behalf, is true, that she is innocent? Because so far, the only thing that's true about her is that she actually exists as a human being. You can't even find the actual truth about her name. The fact that the fact that she's living with her ex-husband, John Cook, okay, who not once but multiple times threatened Jeremy with a pew pew, threatened someone else with a pew pew. All right, and the thing is, seems to like to lie and sell a pew pew. All right, that was probably the silver one that he had, because now he's got a black one. They found 2 of them. Now, here's another thing that a lot of people didn't notice, is the fact that there was 1 round missing from that box of rounds. The fact that the magazine for that CZ was missing. The fact that these 2 have lived together. Why? I'll tell you why. Because she needs a scapegoat. How many times has she thrown him under the bus and vice versa? How many times have you heard her lie but just by her deposition, watch her behavior? If she could suck a golf ball through that straw, she would have done it. Not even that, it would have been a bowling ball, because you could see the aggression and anger in that individual. Okay, so now we're looking at that type of behavior there. What was it like when she was in Northport? Or what was it like when she was in Rotanda? What was it like when she was in North Portland? North Portland? I can't remember the name. What about Ohio? What about the attempts to adopt other children? What about the copycat behavior? Why are people All right, trying to stay away from. Why are there so many people coming out of the woodwork and putting their side across? Why? Okay, Triggered Andy. Listen. I really appreciate your constructive criticism, and I really appreciate you being what I would call a devil's advocate, i.e., like not in a bad way, but having your opinion. And you're always welcome here. And you can have constructive conversations with people.
Absolutely. I mean,
You know,
that's how you learn. You learn by listening to others, and it will either strengthen your ideas and your opinions, or maybe you might look at something a little differently. I think it's great, and I appreciate
yes, no, sure,
Andy also being very respectful and very kind in
and
what
very
he said.
cordial.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a change from what we're used to.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like at the end of the day, this is what I say: everyone is welcome as long as you are constructive and you treat everyone with the same respect. And this is the perfect example of that. Okay, Triggered Andy, take care, and hope you come back and talk to you soon. But here's the perfect example: we've had someone in a stream who doesn't agree, but here's one thing I will say is that at the end of the day. Okay, with everything that's happened, I have said this. I'm sitting in the shadows. I'm sitting on the background, and I'm watching. I'm watching on Facebook. Personally, I think that Facebook group should be taken down because it doesn't benefit anybody either way. Yes, you get a lot of people on there who put stuff up, but there's better ways to do that. I don't think that Facebook group should continue. I think
I agree.
I think there's better ways to actually address. If you want to put your opinion across. Right. The second thing is that the reason I'm sitting on the background and I'm trying not to get too involved in all this, and I'm just giving my opinion, is because I'm waiting for the court case. Now, obviously, that's gone being blown out of the water. Thanks very much, Jeremy. Love you lots. Now I've got two court cases to wait for now.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So, Jeremy, thanks very much for throwing that in. Uh, wait a minute. He answered my question on why he believes Leonard by not answering and showing his opinion on JH is driven by hate and others slander. Trigger, you're proving JH right with a reason. Smitty, like I said, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and I get it, right? But and so are you, all right? And I'm just gonna, before I carry on what I was saying, I'm just gonna say this, okay? It was a cordial and it was a very, very respectful back and forth, and I think we have to respect that. This is uncalled. I've never seen anyone. I've seen people come in and lose their rag and get emotional, but I think that it's for me. It's the first time that someone has come into my stream and has been cordial and respectful, constructive,
Yeah.
and like throwing the cards on the table and gone, right, let's do this. But it's been respectful. So I respect your opinion and I respect her opinion. And I hope it's a her. Smee, hey, Triggered Andy.
I don't know. Andy might be a boy.
Yeah,
Andy.
right. So him or her. So yeah. And the thing is, I like this type of interaction because it gives you the ability to say what you want to say, but as respectful as possible, and vice versa. But going back, what was I saying? Shit, I forgot what I was saying now.
Ha! As if we know.
Yeah.
Going
Yeah.
in that brain of yours?
Yes.
No.
Oh
Talk
no,
about jump down
got,
a rabbit hole.
hi Arizona. By the way, hi Copper Wise. Good to see you again. Yeah, my brain's going at about 1,000 miles an hour now because I've got multiple things about this whole thing. We've totally gone away from questions. So please, guys, if you've got any questions for me or for my pretty, please put them in there. Make sure you go at and then our name. Just don't type our name in, but click on the no.
Yeah,
Anyway,
because the hubby's home, so I got to get ready and get dinner started for too much longer.
So we've only got a few more minutes left. So but anyway, here's one thing I will say is that I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing. I'm going to continue to do the live streams, and I think that my pretty after this we'll have a quick chat in regards of doing, like every week or or twice a week or once a week, and make this a permanent thing. And then after the court cases, there will be a couple of surprise guests that we're not going to discuss yet. But there will be some very interesting surprise guests coming to the stream. Who they are, and just look forward to that. That's one thing I can say. So obviously there's no more questions, so we're going to go on to the next one. All right. So basically, what I want to just say is this: everyone has an opinion. Everyone has a right to their opinion, even if you don't like it or not. Everyone has a right to, sometimes circumvent a little bit of the truth and try to trigger reactions from different people. I've proven that over the last few months that, even from the get-go, from day one, right, I have had the ability to do that. And I've done it with Deuce on multiple occasions. And there's evidence of that in the videos that I have got. But at the end of the day, this case has caused this whole bubble has caused such a level of negativity that for the first time that even I thought that like the Facebook group, the fake Facebook group needs to be closed down. It needs to be taken away, because I think all it is doing is creating a situation where all it takes is one person who is not able or doesn't have the ability to control their emotions or actions that will result in something that I'm not even going to mention. A lot of people's real life backgrounds, families are being dragged into this by low level intelligent individuals. And, a lot of people are playing games. Hi, Joseph. How you doing, brother? And it needs to stop. I mean, I've seen
Sorry, the hubby's still
no,
sick a little bit.
it's okay. So that's one thing. The second thing is, just to recap, the second thing is I think that the media should get involved in this. I think somewhere down the line the media should be following this, because let's put it this way, they were in the media before, they were in the media while they were there, and so it's only fair because I think if the media gets involved, then I think a higher source, i.e. governmental or federal, will then look down and go, wait, hang on a minute, what's going on down in Florida? And then something productive and constructive will be done to actually curtail the lack of doing their job, basically. And
Yeah.
the fact that we are now, with everything that's come to the surface about the amount of money that's been donated and everything else, right? And funny enough, months ago, the crampons, aka the fleas, the walruses, mentioned Rico this and Rico that. Well, ladies, congratulations! You've now proven that you are in a probably not state, but probably a federal level of Rico, because of the money, the financial side of it. Okay, so and I've already pointed out this. I think it's section 913 dash 22 and 914 dash 22 and 194, and that's in regards of the witness intimidation and harassment. And the chapter before that, I think it was 893. Yeah, so good luck on trying to get out of that one, because the thing is, you could have protected yourself had you done a legal fundraiser with GoFundMe or FundMe, whatever that thing's called, or went through the YouTube fundraiser creator, which YouTube does have, and you could have done that. Obviously, your super chats need to be investigated of what was said in those super chats, and so yeah,
It's
well
definitely
done.
going to be interesting from this point on.
Yeah,
It's definitely going to be interesting, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that everybody gets the court papers so that you can sit there and read them on your own and get your own idea as to what they say. I just give a very brief elementary description of what the court papers are about. But definitely read it yourself, guys. Investigate it yourself. Even the people that are on the other side of the coin, they're not bad people. A lot of them are good people and they have good hearts. And they
Mm.
just believe the way that they believe because of what they're being shown. And that's why I always post all the court paperwork. I try to post everything that I know to be true so
Mm.
that everyone has the evidence in their hands to make their own opinions. Because it's not good enough for me just to sit here and tell you this, and this, because I could be, pulling your leg and giving you a line of bullshit. It Seeing it and reading it for yourself, that's where you really
Mm.
educate yourself.
One thing I'm gonna add before we call it a night, because the dog's going crazy in the background.
I know, I'm sorry. She found her toy. I had it hid, but
That,
Debbie's home and the toy's been found.
yeah, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. But one thing I will gonna say is that, ladies and gentlemen, you need to look at this. I think a lot of people are getting zeroed in. You're getting tunnel vision. So I would recommend that, like, if you need to take a break from everything and then come back with a fresh mind and look at this from outside the box. Look at this as a bigger picture, because when you start doing that and you start listening, okay, you'll start noticing more, right? In regards to everything else about what we've covered tonight, I hope you were entertained. I hope that you enjoyed it. And I just want to give my pretty the floor so she can say her goodbyes and everything else. Court update. Did you
Oh
want
yeah, yeah. Like I said, you guys have seen the 57 page. If you haven't seen it, it is posted in my group of Otter Creek, Tubetown, and Sweet Tea. I posted the court paperwork that Randy has submitted, asking for the case to be the counterclaim to be dismissed. Also, the other memorandums that were filed, where Bruce was asking to respond, and he got approval to respond. And those things are already posted. If you want to see any court paperwork, I did start putting it under the pinned feature. So if you go into the group, you'll see a button that's right underneath the name of the group that says feature. On there should be all the court paperwork up. Once I figured out that's how you could do it. And it kind of lets you can actually just find just the court paperwork, not all the other stuff, just the court paperwork. And I'm going to keep posting it for you guys so y'all can read it and you can understand it. If anybody's in the group, you have any questions, my door is always open. Always reach out to me. I will tell you the truth best that I know it. And if I don't know it to be the truth, I'm going to tell you it's my opinion. And you take that with a grain of salt because everybody's got one. That's just my opinion on things. But guys, if you haven't joined the groups, come join it. It's a lot of fun. We do a lot of fun stuff. We talk about things that's not just about Jeremy and everything else. It's about other things too. We joke, we kid, we make fun. It's a lot of fun. So everybody's welcome. You're welcome to
do
come. What No matter what side of the coin you're on, no matter what your opinion is.
you want to hear something really funny?
Yeah, tell us.
I mean, no word of a lie. This is funny. To end the stream, the two crampons have put a post up 6 hours ago saying Bruce motion filed last night has been granted by the court this morning. So much of denied by the judge of truth is anti-BBB comments. Funny, they never talk when Bruce's motions are granted or whether Socket's motions are denied, nor do they talk about a Socket motion granted that works with MP and JC's favour. Well, here's a newsflash. We don't really care what's granted or denied. What we care is about the facts. And you get granted that. Oh, come on, stop it.
You get granted that it's okay to answer back. I mean, it ain't like you won the case. The judge said, sure, you can respond. You have 5 pages to respond. This was not life altering in the case, folks. Okay,
No,
just so y'all know, this was not a life altering occurrence
for a
that he could
judge,
say something.
to turn around to counsel and say, you don't have to write a book anymore, but what I want, you are going to write me a love memoir. You're going to use you're going to write me a love letter, 5 pages. That's it.
Exactly. You
That's it.
can't
That's
just
all
chew
you get.
your cud.
That's all you get. And the thing is, they think that this is not a win or a loss. This is basically that sometimes defense will lose or win, and sometimes the plaintiff will defense. So either side will lose and win. But the thing is, when it comes to motions, yeah, hands down, Randy Sockett, you deserve to get Guinness Book of Records with the amount of motions you've won. So keep going, keep doing your job, and good luck. You will win. But anyway, on that note, all I'm going to say is please, 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 if you get a chance and you don't know, please hold, please hold, please hold, please hold, please hold. There's one thing I need to do. You seem to always disappear. Where are you? There you go. All right. Do me a favor. Okay. Pop over to my pretty. All right. Don't be stingy. Pop over and go and give her a sub. Go and send her and show her the love, the genuine love. Right? Just go and give her a follow. Right? And one day we can get her to the point where she can go live. I can come on there and basically mess about and get in trouble and get told to go.
Oh Lord, help us all.
Right? But just remember that, just show the love. And remember, guys, we're going to do this more often. It's been quite an evening. We've definitely gone over, coming up to 4 hours now. So thank you very much, my pretty, for sticking it through for four.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
Copperwise wanted to know where were the pages posted. They're in my Facebook group, Otter Creek Tube Town. You can go in there, and if you're not a member, just click to join, and we'll let you in. And all the court paperwork, like I said, most of it's posted, and it's under the featured sections where you can read it.
and
If
I've just
there's
posted the link. I've just posted the link in chat.
Okay, great, great, great. And yes, definitely come over, guys, and hang out. It's so much fun. It's nothing like the fake what the hills. I mean, Nashwana will tell you. She was over in the fake what the hills, and I grabbed Nashwana and I said, "Look, come hang out with me." I said, "I promise you, it will be a totally different vibe and a different situation." And she will testify that she has had a blast.
Yeah.
And it's so different because there's actually somebody there that says, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to be kind to everybody. We're going to be nice, and we're going to accept every opinion,
Oh.
and you guys will have a good time. So come hang out with me anytime. You're welcome.
Yeah, Texas Eddie, I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences. My sincere condolences to
What
you
was
and the
it?
family. Um,
Oh, Texas, I see. I'm so sorry.
yeah, my sincere condolences to you.
Absolutely. I'll have your family in my
Ah.
prayers tonight because regardless, that's the worst phone call you can get, and I'm so sorry.
Mm. Just remember the good times. Celebrate the life. David, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's good to see the old dragon once in a while. It's nice to see the colours. That's one thing I like. I like to see our flag, national flag. Like they say, every man beats the heart of a dragon, but every woman has the hand of the claw.
Oh, that was very good. I was wondering if we would get some, kudos in there somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. Welsh women yeah, they're a little bit worse than Scotch women. But I wanted to say that too loud because Missy will come in here and slap me around a little bit.
You know she will too.
Yeah, but in regards of Texas, sweetheart, I am really, really sorry. I do apologize for anyone. It's a slumbering end, but the thing is, my condolences, Texas, and just go and deal with the family. Go and do your bit. Remember, the internet will still be here. It won't go away. It'll still be here. So you go and deal with what you need to deal with. And my condolences, prayers, and thoughts, and sincere condolences to all you and your family.
All right, I'm gonna let you say your goodbyes. I'm getting off of here to go get my husband's dinner.
Right.
Good
Well,
night, guys. Thanks for hanging with us. We had a great time, and I really enjoy having the opportunity to talk to you guys, not just have to sit there and text something, but to actually talk to you and interact with you. It's a lot of fun, and I really enjoy it. And
yeah,
I appreciate you for having me on. It's a lot of fun.
Well, you're part of furniture now, so obviously we'll sit down to discuss when the next one's going to be,
All
and
right,
we'll
that
probably might
sounds like
change it
a
up a
plan.
little bit. We'll probably
All
might
right,
change it up a little.
that sounds like a plan. I'm all about it. All right, you guys, y'all have a good night, and I'll talk to you later.
Take care, sweetheart. Thank you
All
very much
right,
for being here tonight.
ab-
Bye bye, sweetie. Right, guys. Obviously, on that note, we are calling it tonight, and so basically, I'm going to play a song for you that was from somebody last night. He said I should have played this, but if you just bear with me, this is just 1 second. Let me just sort this out. This is for Texas, and I don't mean to. I don't want to upset, but I think you need this tune to how can I put it, to help you a little bit. Okay, so enjoy.
Golden light upon my face, I walk in love, I walk in grace. Guiding light, it leads my way through the night into the day. Walking with angels, hand in hand, feeling the love I understand. Voices whisper, soft and true. Loved ones near, I hear them too. Through the veil, their presence stays. In golden light, I hear them pray. I walk with Jesus, I stand in grace. God's love surrounds this sacred place. Hands of mercy, shining bright, forever held in golden light. Footsteps echo, soft and strong. Heaven's voice, a sacred song. Lucy sings, the winds arise. Love eternal, endless skies. I walk with Jesus, I stand in grace. God's love surrounds this sacred place. Hands of mercy, shining bright, forever held in golden light. Footsteps echo, soft and strong. Heaven's voice, a sacred song. Lucy sings, the winds arise. Love eternal, endless skies. I walk with Jesus, I stand in grace. God's love surrounds this sacred place. Oh, hands of mercy, shining bright, forever held in golden light. Golden waves, a peaceful shore, with God's love forevermore.
Yeah, it would be a good idea to unmute myself, but there you go. That song was dedicated to Texas Alien. Again, my condolences. And that was created and made by an AI, and that was from Musi Lady. So, ladies, gentlemen, again, thank you very much for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. I hope you enjoyed the company with my pretty. Every time, it's fantastic. And like I said, in the near future, we're going to have other guests on. But until then, look forward to, I probably might do a gaming stream probably tomorrow or tomorrow evening or the day after. See what happens. Because to be honest with you, I want to make less live streams. I don't want to go live every day. I don't think going live every day is, we don't need that all the time, do we? Right? It doesn't mean I don't have anything to talk about. It just means But anyway, guys, please start getting yourself ready. Please collect all your belongings. Collect all your rubbish. The trash bins are down at the bottom of the stairs, and start making your way to the exits. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Autobots, roll out. Yeah, okay. And basically have a fantastic evening. Thanks so much for being here, and thanks very much for supporting me, the channel, and obviously my pretty as well. And thanks for being supportive to each other. All right. Again, thank you so much. Good night.
Spawn trooper riding in the night, heart of gold but ready to fight, standing tall, doing what's right, shining truth like a firelight. Daddy's wisdom running deep taught me promises I gotta keep, breaking chains, leaving pain behind, calling out the crooked kind. Oh, the truth cuts through the lies, no more secrets in disguise. Second chances, they wear thin. Spawn trooper rides again. Ain't no fear when I'm around. Justice stands on solid ground. One last chance to make it right, or face the reckoning tonight. In the dark, where shadows creep, truth rings out, it cuts so deep. Ain't no price to make me sell. Standing strong, I know too well. Oh, the truth cuts through the lies, no more secrets in disguise. Second chances, they wear thin. Spawn trooper rides again. Dark, where shadows creep, truth rings out, it cuts so deep. Ain't no price to make me sell. Standing strong, I know too well. Oh, the truth cuts through the lies, no more secrets in disguise. Second chances,